Hi guys, and welcome to this week's episode of Tomes and Tales RPG. Unfortunately, we have had a major tech failure during the last few weeks, and we have lost all of the video footage from episodes 6 and 7. So for the next couple of episodes, we're only going to have artwork to represent our characters. This is a super frustrating thing for us, but it is one of those things that comes along with the journey of figuring out how to do all this ourselves. You see, our entire production is done in-house, so there are bound to be a few mistakes as we slowly figure out our way around this entire process. As for now, we have some incredible artwork done by Bailey to represent all of our players, and I have gone out of my way and bought a big chunk of extra backups, so this will hopefully never happen again. We thank you for your patience and really hope you guys enjoy the next few episodes of Tomes and Tales RPG.
Welcome back to Tomes and Tales RPG. It's good to be back at the table, and I think we're all in agreement when I say we just want to get back into it. So, nothing to really waste at the beginning, so let's just jump back into tonight's episode of Tomes and Tales.
Welcome to Tomes and Tales RPG.
And welcome back. So, last we saw our group, the party believed that they had exhausted all possible leads in the small town of Sindrafen. One more stop by at Old Man Whitaker's house led to Zero releasing a thought on her brain that possibly she might have had an idea regarding who the hunters were after. The group rounded up their horse and cart and rode on, making their last 2 days' travel almost seamlessly and almost without incident, as Zero was visited in the night by the entity that she had struck a deal with, revealing that he goes by many names but is mostly known as the Wanderer. And sure enough, our party found themselves entering the large stone gateways of Hanenfreis. Upon entering the city, Daria put up the horse and cart for lodgings, unsure if he would yet keep or sell the horse to the stable master upon entering. The party wasted no time, and under Zero's lead, made their way to Gosric's home. Introducing themselves, Gosric disclosed what little information that he had heard around the city, namely that a private security detail had seemingly had warrants to raid 2 homes of people linked to the sunken sect. Zero told Gosric of the 2 names she received in Sindrafen, and Gosric confirmed that Alabane was a younger hang-around of Tess's, while Isha was a younger tiefling Genasi girl who has made some rounds also in the sect. While here, it was also revealed that Daria was, by all accounts, free to determine his own oath and path, as his unit's demise had not been disclosed to the military control officers, but duty seems to be tearing Daria between 2 possible outcomes. Deciding that the night was indeed too late, our party separated from Zavaris, who sought their own home to check on their family, which they were able to do upon their father, Dulma, hearing the creaking wood and letting Zeph into the house for a wonderful night's sleep in their own bed. Zero took the rest of the group to her apartment on the 50th floor on one of the spires in the garden, which is the richer district of Hanenfreis. Entering the large empty apartment, Zero and Hugo connected over similarities unseen regarding their families. And with a tender note, everyone found rest, and that is where we pick up now. So as what little bit of sunshine kind of crests over the far horizon, the cloud cover is definitely much more heavier. Normally lighter greys have been shunted for darker hues and some blacks rolling in over the clouds. The chance of rain definitely does seem to be more probable, and in this high-rise apartment building, it's definitely much easier to see. Oh, excuse me. I shouldn't have slammed that energy drink as fast as I did. Now my lungs is like, help me, brother. Help me, brother. Help me, brother. So we're going into roughly about 4:30 a.m., give or take. And Zero, you awaken first, as seems to be the norm with this current group of companions. And for the first time in a long while, you feel much better rested, having been able to sleep in your own home in the company of closer acquaintances. We don't really use the F word right now, but closer acquaintances would probably be better. But as your eyes focus, immediately you begin to notice that something is missing from your field of vision. Daria's gone, his armor, his sword, and his shield, they're all gone. He's nowhere to be seen.
Well, she's probably not going to do anything about it immediately. Yeah, actually, she probably would. Shoot. We're in urban terrain now. Tracking him is probably not going to be a very fruitful option. Everyone just sort of like the people that did stay all kind of bunked in the main area, didn't they?
I believe it was Hugel and Voyage were in the bed with
Yes.
Dog at the foot. You and Dardia took like the chairs. You had like 2 sitting chairs, and you basically just meditated.
I'm going to shake Voyage awake first, just to wake up. Have you seen where Daria's gone?
He kind of looks to where Daria was. Darling. Was. He kind of looks over and goes, no.
Didn't disturb your dog at all when he left?
Dog.
It's annoying.
Draped over.
Just kind of kicks
Big green dribble.
him a bit until he starts to stir.
He does that thing where dogs forget how gravity works, and he's like, and his legs are up, and he doesn't know what, like, up is left, right's down, it's a whole thing. He comes off the bed.
Draconic immediately. Did you see Darling anywhere?
His dog's eyes do the thing where the pupils keep shifting because he's like trying to focus back up, and he figures out, lands, gets really low to the ground, like kind of like a draconic Roomba, and that's the one, right? You saw it first. Monica's gone, but he hits the deck. Yeah, like hits the deck.
Because I just imagine he just curled up into a ball.
Like a little disc.
Using the legs, he's just.
But instead of going, it's like. But he does that thing where it's like he immediately believes that what you've asked him to do is to look for him, not if you've seen him. So he scours the entire apartment. About 30 seconds flat, comes back, nothing. Just...
Not even a scent.
Make a insight check for me, and then perception afterwards. No!
Perception, then insight.
Insight first, then perception.
That's 24 on the inside.
Mind your ass.
And that's only 9 on the perception.
On the insight, the insight check was more so about you garnering the thought process of your own surroundings, like you're inciting how you lay your room out and how you move around your own apartment, and you think back, in what possible way is there a chance that he could have gotten out without alerting anybody? And you go back to the first night where you guys ever met, and you realize that he has the ability to teleport. And if he knows where he's going, which he does because he came in through the front door, he could just teleport himself out of the hallway and walk without making a sound.
Handy ability.
As far as perception check, you don't notice anything out of place.
Shit. You could fucking rat us out. I'm waking up Hugel. And then she'll come out. She's a bit more gentle with Hugel.
Yeah, 5 more minutes. What's going on? This bed is comfortable. Oh, what? Really? Starts looking around, very like, where'd you go?
Zero's just as shocked because she thinks that bed's fucking woeful.
Hugo sleeps on the ground most nights.
That's fair. He must have... Nobody heard him go. No scent, no trail the dog can pick up. I think he's just teleported the fuck out of here and left.
Well, fuck, it would have been nicer to know this yesterday. I could have prepared a find person spell, but until tomorrow, I have no way of locating him.
Well, just so you know, both of you are fucked because you're associated with me. So if he rats me out, you two are Danny Drain.
I was his friend. He won't say anything about me. Surely. I want to say
Even Dog just raises an eyebrow like...
Yeah, we have so many memories together. It's just like white noise of just no intimate moments between the two of them.
Static.
You did put a lot of flowers in his horse's hair.
He didn't notice that. Again, he goes up and
Ari's not even in frame for that memory.
Off in the distance.
All of the memories are just Daria off in the distance, not even interacting with you.
It's all laughs now.
Yeah.
So what do we do then?
We just need to be able to confirm he's not going to the fucking militia. We just need to make sure he's not telling them anything we don't want them to know.
Anyone in the apartment besides you, so just you two, make perception checks for me. If you would like to use Dog to help you, you can go advantage. Otherwise, you can make a separate one for Dog,
I'm making a separate one.
which will equally be as hilarious.
Yeah.
Perception?
Dog, natural 20.
Oh my
Dog!
god, does Dog do the thing on Big Mouth where the dogs are like, Daria! Daria! Daria is gone. I don't know where he is, but I trust him. He would never rat out his friends.
Absolutely.
No, that's deception, not intelligence.
Yeah, that's not instinct. Noticing the kerfuffle, Dog begins like having another little squiz around and like really attempting to notice. And what you realize is he starts like clawing about at the door. And then eventually you watch, you know when dogs like try to chew something but their nose is in the way and they're like, that's what he's doing because he's got big fronty like teeth, right? So it's like, nyang, 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 nyang. And eventually you watch as he pulls out a little bit of parchment that's tucked into the door. It's right tucked into the door. So you wouldn't have noticed it on the first go because when you're looking at the door, you can't see it from the flat side. But because he's a dog and his eyes are on the side of his head, but you find he pulls it out and walks it over to you, and there's when we pick up, you're like,
Thanks. It's singed at the edges, man. Remember, your spit's acidic.
no.
Oh, get that man a Tic Tac.
You need a Tic Tac or something. Your breath stinks.
Like a damp napkin.
The note is very short, but one sentence. Friends, what happens to me next rests on my ability to choose between you and my duty. I'm sure I'll find you when the time is right. Signed by Daria.
What does that even mean?
I told you we were his friends.
We're not his friends.
It says so on the note. Hugo's pointing.
Tears welling up in his eyes.
I trust him. Do you trust him?
You trust someone where you can't even get their fucking name right.
Fuck you, that's my accent!
It's probably fair back in my home country.
Yeah, darling. Fuck you, I'm working on it.
He's given us no reason not to trust him.
There's plenty of reason not to trust him. He's with the fucking...
There may be bad people in the military, but not every single one of them knew what they were getting into. He's a foot soldier. He doesn't even wear their garbs.
Alright, fine. We have bigger things to focus on. But if I come back and my apartment is turned upside down and all my illegal goods are missing, I'm going to be a little bit cranky.
Surely it can't get much messier than this. Bust a heap of the black powder off the edge of the bed again.
My apartment is as it should be, thank you.
Spider descends from the ceiling.
Dog trying to get the reward for finding the note.
All right. Okay. All right. We won't worry about it for now. Now you two, you need to get to the law district, don't you?
Yep. Please.
Well, I'm in no massive rush if we've got more important things. I'm not sure exactly what you're after, but that was my intent with this city.
Oh,
We also have this to deliver, and pulls out the letter that we found.
Oh yes, that's right. All right.
Zero, you also remember that Gosrick said he's going to try and meet up with you again later this evening, so.
All right. We'll. I mean, do we pick up Zavaris?
Yeah.
We're already one down. We may as well not lose another.
It will do well to have somebody else who knows the city. We'll pick them up on the way through. We'll drop the letter off, and then we'll go to the law district. Does that sound like a good plan?
Sounds great to me.
All right. Well, on the way.
As Hugo goes
On
to
the
put
way.
the letter back in, he pulls out the glasses as well that we found and
part of
mends
that,
them as they were cracked and puts them on to see if they do anything.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
I feel like he's just going to get tripping out. 19 plus.
Yeah, you don't get a headache.
No, he's like, hang on, sort of looks at the note with them, trying to figure out if there's anything special going on there. But
Just simple
just
glasses. They do make you look quite dashing.
Your eyes are massive.
I was gonna say, like big fishbowl on his face.
I imagine the guy was an elf, I think, that died that he knew, so they're definitely way too big for.
But you got to remember, all the items you pulled out were from several packs that belonged to that unit. They dumped them so they didn't have to carry them, so they could belong to anybody. But I feel like it's Hugo looks like the grandmother from Madagascar. Mad Kitty.
I was thinking of that teacher that's sus on the Incredibles kids.
Yeah.
He's all like,
Coincidence? I think
think
not.
nuts. What is it? What do you want?
Who is that? What do you want?
My God, you got him fat.
But yeah, Hugh was goofing around with stuff in his bag and sort of not paying a lot of attention as he follows along.
Do you want, presents the slobber-covered note. You'll probably find somewhere a bit safer to put it, just so we can refer back to it if we need it.
Please tell me you've got prestidigitation.
No, unfortunately not. Goes to put it in his map case and sort of like...
It is
"Let's keep
acidic.
this- Yes, I'd like to keep this away from the important materials, sort of shoves it in a little pocket.
Ooh, might need to go to Goss first, or someone where I'm able to find out where Zeph actually lives.
Yeah, 'cause Zeph
Good
knows
luck
where
with
you-
that.
Oh yeah, I was gonna
I'll
say I
read that.
actually don't recall where I remember that you got a note for directions to Zero's house.
Yeah.
But Zero does not have directions to Zeph's house.
We'll find out.
You know what city I'm in, though?
What district?
Oh,
Yeah.
district, yeah, city, same thing, different spelling.
Wow, dude. It's like a full 4 other letters.
English was not my strong department, thank you very much.
Ooh. What? Is there theoretically anybody Zero would know to go to try and get that information?
For where?
Zeph lives, yes.
I think Gosford's really the only one.
Gosrick would be the only one to know. Actually, yeah.
Go to Goss then. Make a mo. Damn it, both versions played in my head at the same time.
Making my way through the hood. Anyway, is there anything that our trio here in Collected want to accomplish before going to Gosrick's house to get information regarding
good.
Zeph's whereabouts? Okay. So you guys pack up your belongings, load up, and get ready to leave, heading down the arcane elevator to head down to the city streets to look for your friend Zepharis going back to Gosrick's house. Which, with that, we will go. So, Zepharis, what time would you say you probably wake up? So, for these guys, you're probably walking out the door maybe at about like 6:30 in the morning. So, you guys had a little bit more time to really wake up and get your stuff together. But for you, what time would you say you wake up?
They probably wouldn't wake up too early, just because, you know, late nights and everything like that.
A nice
so...
modest 10 a.m.
Yeah, pretty much. So I'm assuming by the time that they get there is when their rude awakening would be. Or if their mother's like, "You're home!" Sort of like, "Breakfast now!"
The kids come jumping on the bed.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Like, if they were awake in another way, then they'd be up.
Well, I guess with that being said, luckily for you, you kind of wake up into your own time probably at about like 8:30 in the morning. And the only thing that wakes you up is the fact that you can hear the kerfuffle of your family downstairs. Like, you can hear the boys running around causing an absolute ruckus. You can hear the kitchen absolutely popping off. So, you know, your mum's down there going hundo in the kitchen. But before you obviously get up to take on the day, is there anything you're going to do leading up to going downstairs? Like, what's Zepharis' morning going to look like leading up to this?
Probably one of the things that they'd do, if you'd allow it from me, is in my head, Zeph has like a little savings box that they have for their family, that their family knows they can take money from when needed.
Sure, yeah.
So they'll take their time after getting dressed and everything like that to put some of the funds that they have earned from getting Zero into that little box for them.
Mm-hmm. So you can feel free to mark off how much you determine you're going to put in there, and leave yourself with enough. So you're more than welcome to do that. After you do so, you know, strap yourself up, get dressed, and you head downstairs. So when you head down to the kitchen, windows are open, you know, whatever light's coming through the clouds is coming through the windows, and it is just, it's going off down there. The boys are running around going absolutely mental, but everyone is downstairs at the table ready to eat, and you see your mum in the kitchen, but she doesn't, through the noise, the kerfuffle of the kids, she can't hear that you've come down the stairs, so they're not aware you're there. And eventually, it's 2 seconds in where your dad's reading one of like the gazettes, like the newspapers, and like sees you come down the stairs. He puts the newspaper back up. That grunt then alerts your mum, and your mum turns around and sees you, and instantly, like, whatever utensil she's got in her hand just drops them on the spot, and you find she pushes through, bowls Gigi over. So bowls Gigi over, who's sitting in the chair, so the whole chair just goes, she's in the dead. She's like, Mom! And runs over, and you're like your whole family's dwarvish, so she's stout comparatively, but, you know, flaming red hair, like sun-kissed freckle face, and she picks up this height, and like she's still like stout and strong, and like you feel like 3 vertebrae in your back like pop back in like properly.
And she's like, "Oh yeah, thanks, Ma.
I love you, man." And she's like, "Oh, sweetie, it's so good to have you back." Did they look after you? They're like trying to reach out, like grab your face, like pulls your head down, like you have to bend over, like
yeah.
And she's like full twisting your head, looking to make sure like your face isn't like fucked up and stuff.
I'm all good. I was taken care of. I made sure to take care of myself as well. I fed everyone and fed myself just like you'd want me to. Good kid. All right, sit down. Like she yells, and the whole fucking kitchen just goes dead quiet. You just hear the. And like the twins get in, and like the only way you can tell Farnham and Fardry apart is the fact that Farnham's missing one of his teeth. So like the one of them's got a cull in the lips. So that's how you differentiate the two. And everyone's able to sit down, and everyone begins eating breakfast. You know, Gigi comes over and gives you a cull as well, so she misses you. But just before she sits down,
Meredith, your mum, she quickly ducks off to like the little nook near the front door, like where like, you know, like Jack coats and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And she comes back and she hands you a letter. And she hands it to you and goes, this has your name on it, but it doesn't really say who it's from, but I'm assuming it's your boss, so if you want to have a look, you can have a look. And she hands it over. Do you want to read it now, or do you want to read it after breakfast?
I'll read it after breakfast.
Okay. So,
This guy's like fucking reading.
How did Daria get a letter to you as well?
incredible. Your dad eventually he does that thing where he's got the paper in front of him, but he eats behind it, so all you see is occasionally this big calloused hand come out and like scoop something up, and you hear the and then like the hand comes out again. And eventually the paper goes down like the top of his head, folds it up. Kid, how much more work you got going on? You gonna be staying around home for a bit?
I think I've got another big job first, and then I'll be back.
Okay. I think that's good. We'd like to see you at home a little bit more. That's all. You know what I mean? You know, I know the kids miss you and stuff, but hey, work's work, and we appreciate it. All right. He stands up. I'm going to work. And this like stout, like for a dwarf, like your dad's built like a fucking brick shit house. Like he's massive, right? And he finally comes over, gives your mum a kiss, scruffs the boy's hair, gives Gigi a kiss, comes and gives you a kiss as well. And he walks out and he goes, I'll see you whenever the fuck I feel like it. He puts his arms in, puts his jacket off, and he walks out. But not really a lot going on. This is kind of standard fare for like breakfast. You know, the kids still have to go to school and all that sort of stuff. So this is a pretty uniform kind of day. So it's a bit loosey-goosey as far as like, is there anything you want to do while you're having breakfast, or do you think you're going to eat, help mum clean up, and then do whatever?
Yeah, I'll probably just help clean up after eating and everything like that.
Okay.
Just asking the kids like the general questions of how the school's going and everything, and if anyone is bullying them, which I doubt that'd happen with the twins because they're absolutely chaotic and they'll punch anyone they want to.
They're the police.
Fardry is Fardry's the one that's missing a tooth, and Farnham's the one that has the cut on his lip. Fardry runs up like full Roadrunner from Looney Tunes.
Some kid lit a fireball and burned one of the school buildings down.
And then you hear Farnham at the back.
It's like, yeah, when I'm like, it was so cool.
I'm pretty sure that would be very impressive.
It was so big.
Like these kids like never seen like arcane fucking magic before, so
And
it's
Zach
like,
just
wow.
has their knife in their hands after, cutting their breakfast and that. Don't you get any ideas now, used to?
Don't point the knife at your brothers. Jesus Christ.
It's a butter knife.
I
mean,
They know what you can do with
Zeph
it.
knows how to use it, but they don't know the harm behind it. Unless they know a lot of the stuff that Zeph knows.
Doubt it.
Yeah.
Breakfast wraps up, and you help your mum clean up as you normally do. The kids go to school. Gigi being a little bit older, she studies at like one of the local colleges in the law district as well, or sorry, the academic district, not law district. And the two young boys go off to like primary school and all that sort of stuff. While you're doing the dishes with your mum, Meredith, she looks to you while she's putting the dinner plates and stuff away, and she goes, so did you have anything to do today as far as, you went out of town for a little bit?
I've just got to do one little meeting type thing with the people that I brought back. And then from there, I think really just depends on what they need, because a few of them are new to town, so I need to show them around a little bit.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, why don't you bring them over for dinner? I'm sure they'd be I'd rather have a home-cooked meal than one of those trashy fucking tavern meals that they cook over there. They don't cook like Mama cooks.
No one cooks like Mama cooks.
And don't you fucking forget it.
I'll pass
Don't
the
tell your father I
invite.
swore.
I'll pass the invite on, see if they're interested.
Oh, they should be. You tell them how good it is. Trust, they'll never want to leave. Okay, well, I'm going to go for a walk and go get some things. Those boys are eating everything in the pantry every day, and I need to go get more food.
There's some more money in the box if you need it as well.
That's okay, sweet. We'll be okay. Just sit on it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I love you.
I love you
She
too.
gives you a kiss. And she heads on out, puts her coat on, ties her hair back, and goes on about her day. So, what are you planning to do now? What do you want to do? The morning is yours, so we're looking about 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Because in the...
Actually, no, it'll be about 10 now.
Yeah. Because in the night before, Zeph still has it in their head that they're going to Zero's apartment. 'Cause
Right.
that was originally agreed upon. So...
Well, we're up way earlier than her. We got up at 4:30.
Yeah, but you beginning to walk to Gosser's apartment is still going to take forever. So it might be a different context of time.
How long's forever?
Probably, I think it's like an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours. But in the middle of the morning, probably about 2 hours. I think.
Is that how far away?
This is a big city.
It's a huge city. Hang on, let me look here.
Well, that's still only 6:30.
Oh wait, no, but you're in the garden, so you're in the center. So for you to get to Gossix will probably be about just an hour. For Zephyros, will probably be about 2 hours.
Yeah.
If to get to Zero's apartment from yours, it'll probably be about 2 and a bit. Maybe by getting to Gossix, probably be about an hour.
Alright, let's do the crisscross applesauce.
Crisscross applesauce.
Realistically, that's what was agreed on. So Zeph is going to go to Zero's apartment, expecting them to be there, because they don't know any other things that have been agreed upon. But
We're all just in a rush because
yeah,
Daria's gone and we're all kind of like...
Zeph
what?
doesn't know that.
No.
Well, if you get up at around 8:30, you do the whole breakfast thing and whatnot. Like realistically, you'd probably be stepping out of the house by like 9:30, 10. So that's like 5 hours. I'm sure we can get to Zeph's place within 5 hours.
No, that's a good point, actually. No, that's a good point. So, as you go to leave, you'll basically get your kit ready to go to leave. You still have your letter, whether you read that's up to you. But you step out with all your equipment, pull your jacket over, and you begin to walk. And we can cut back to you guys. By this point, you're getting to Gosrix. Well before Zeph will be around. So, you know that generally you guys operate on very different sleep cycles, and Gosri being the fact that he has to sleep a full 8 hours. By the time you get back to the apartment, his apartment building, like his complex, and you bang on the door, it becomes very apparent to you that you remember he definitely would still be asleep. So there's a moment where it's like a and it's just fucking silent for like a solid 2 minutes. And
You're just gonna stand there and wait.
knock again. I'm coming. You hear the talons. The 8 locks. I said I'd come to you.
I know, and I'm very sorry, but it's a bit of an emergency. No, it's okay. We don't have to come in. Just going to be very brief.
Okay.
I need to know where the changeling lives.
Oh. Yeah. Hold on. And then he goes to move, and there's a moment where like you can hear the fumbling of drawers and cabinets and like jumbling going along, and he comes back with a note.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You go and finish that beauty sleep of yours. You desperately need it. Goodbye, guys.
Cheating bitch. And then he shuts the door. Very, very quick interaction. Like dog gets excited to like run in, Zero puts it like out. Like he just wants to get in.
Why can't I get some more beauty sleep?
Shut up. You're beautiful. The note gives you a direction, like a directional map about street numbers and that to Gorison, which is more of a middle class-ish neighborhood around that a ways.
All right.
Before we leave, like after the doors close, I want to sort of say to Zero, should we... I trust Daria, but should we maybe warn your friend that we've lost the soldier? You guys seem to have a bit of a worry.
We've lost the soldier. I know. Look.
He's trustworthy. From down.
From behind him? Getting ready to cower behind the halfling?
We're taking care of it. We're gonna take care of it. We're gonna figure it out, alright? I promise. Nothing's gonna come back around and bite you on your shiny metal ass.
by this point, you guys also realize he's wearing nothing but a cloth. Like, he's just got the cloth belt on.
Oh no, Dougal's at that island.
You can see like the vein in her head, like.
There in all of his like 7-foot ripped glory.
You were standing there like this.
There's this moment where he like wakes up more and he becomes like more aware of like the direness of the situation, and he finally leans in the doorframe and like his entire body is like insanely tense. I don't think you need me to explain how bad this is.
Yes, I know.
Not even if he rats us out, but if he gets caught and they tear his ass to pieces.
I know. Look, at the end of the day, we're just gonna have to figure it out, whatever happens. And look, I'm sure if we spread a little gossip through the grapevine, someone will pay us some very nice gold to, take care of him. It's a win-win. For me, at least.
Maybe. I'll ask some questions. You know, shouldn't be that hard to find. We'll see what happens.
Yes, if you have any contacts in the military or anything like that, Lord knows some of them may, like a coin. But, just to keep tabs on him. See where he's going. At the moment, he's having a life existential crisis, figuring out what he wants to do by the sounds of this letter he left us, which was very brief. Called us friends. Bit of a stretch, but that's besides the point. Look. It sounds like he's going to think some things out. Keep the finger on the trigger, but won't pull it just yet. But if it starts to look like it's getting too dicey, we're gonna have to do cleanup.
Yeah. Speaking of cleanup, that might not be a bad place to go first. If you're wanting to answer some questions about certain missing things.
Yes, I'll have to do that later. I need to, drop the kids off at the library.
Yay!
Okay. Well, you know where to find me. If it gets dicey, I'll send you a message.
All right. Take care.
Door shuts. And
Now, dog, if you laid off the bacon, you could look that good.
Actually, he eats tons of bacon every single day.
The maple kind? Not even covering, like, his ear holes.
so, with that quick interaction, what's the game plan?
Gonna go.
Are we closer to the Wilkenhold or the library region?
Let me just check. So Wilkenhold is north, and I'm checking my own document, and I don't label it properly because I'm an idiot. Yeah, Wilkenhold is north. Wilkenhold is north, and the area where the law sector where you want to go is Razorn, which is east. So they're both equal. They're probably both.
We're not like in Wilkenhold or something, no.
No.
Basically, Hugh will put out there and say, "Look, I want to deliver this before he leaves the city, but I guess we're in no real time crunch for this particular thing. This guy's not going to get any less dead, so we can deliver this whenever."
Dude, this halfling's been corrupted in like 6 days. I'm twisted.
I'm the only pure one left.
He's very
He's
doesn't
not
care
sure
much
about death. Yeah. All right. Well, we can still.
Maybe just let me know if we're passing through Wilkenhold at some point. I
All
don't
right.
really know my way around this city,
No, we definitely
but
can.
this is a low priority.
We'll keep it in mind, though. Let's go get our friend.
Okay. So you guys begin to, at a walking pace, Paul asked, to go find your friend. If in the context that you guys are moving kind of towards each other at the same pace, I'd probably say it's maybe like 45 minutes, just over an hour. There's in the day, the city is bustling. Like, there is moments where you feel like you lose one another, but like for Zero, it's not too bad because you're so used to being able to just move through the crowds. But then like it pops up in your brain, it's like, fuck, I've got 2 other people with me, and you look and then like Voyager's over there, and like Hugo's like blonde hair gets lost in a crowd of people. It's like you're really playing clean up. It takes you back a bit, and you're like, and you're like trying to keep the kids on and keep going, and it's a hassle, but you're able to do so, and it's just busy. It's the start of a new week. It's busy. And for Zafaris, you kind of like, you just got your hood out and you just head down, moving forward. And I'd like you to make a perception check for me, actually. Oh, excuse me.
So that's 15 plus 7, so 22.
I could excuse you. As you're moving through, it's very much like Zero, where you've got most of your main pathways like mapped out in your brain, so it's very easy for you to keep your head down and just move and like count your steps and the time it takes you to get from point A to point B. And as you're walking along, it starts off ever so faintly in the distance, and eventually it starts creeping up, kind of like a bad dream. And you watch, it's at first you're like, what the fuck? And through the people, you see the crowd of people start to move, and just out of nowhere, this fucking green drake power slides into your ankles, and you're like, oh, hey, buddy. And then you look up and you see Zero's white complexion, Voyager's green face, and then just a little blonde hair from Hugo, like hip height. And you're like, oh, there's my friends. And through the fact that you guys were kind of following the same path-ish, getting around, and the way that like you can make the clocks link up, bit of wibbly wobbly shit, fuck you. Everyone meets up in the middle of the street on one of the main pathways. So you guys, it's kind of like, you know, average 50, 60 people passing at any given time. One of the lower paths is down there to your left hand, or for you it's your left hand side, for you guys it's your right hand side. Busy street. What's the haps?
I thought I was coming to your apartment.
We lost one. Yeah, bit of a hassle. I'm sure you'd understand why.
Yeah.
But apparently he's going to do some inner searching and figure out what he wants to do with himself. Which hopefully that's not the one that gets his head on a chopping block, but that's besides the point.
He'll probably have his head on a chopping block either way.
Yeah, well, you know. Natural selection at play, besides the point. We're going to head to the law sector. If you'd like to come.
Well, yeah, that was the whole point of today, was it not?
Yes, just checking that you don't have anything else pop up. I know what work's like. Alright.
It's all good.
Well then, let's get the move on.
Okay. You guys push on through. The city as busy as ever. Crowds of people just moving through. Everyone, at one point, everyone has to like hold on to each other to kind of move through. At one point, there's even discussions of taking the lower paths, which is where a lot of the carts and stuff travel through the city because they're too wide for the main public streets. But everyone opts against it because that becomes a hassle all its own because carts are coming in and out. The city basically stays alive for about 20 hours a day. And the 4 hours going into the morning is where it quietens down for that small moment of time. Sure enough, in time, let me just find where it is. You guys enter into Razor. Let me just find. There we go. Music change. Into Razor, the law sector. There's buildings here were erected to maintain official documentation regarding Unera Shroud as a land. Both the cities, most smaller townships that have a decent enough foothold to maintain some sort of correspondence with the local government, and then any other countries and townships surrounding in major continents and all that sort of stuff. There's a multitude of buildings here that are all dedicated to maintaining information on different things. So it kind of depends on what you're looking for. You've got buildings for social studies, you have some for history, some for science, some for arcane, some for information regarding sorcery. Like they kind of segment everything depending on what you're looking for. But they all do kind of conjoin in the greater sense of they're all honed by different people, but there is one there which is basically called the Archive Eterna. So Archive Eterna is Aeterna, if anyone wants to write it down. The Archive Eterna is basically where this is your general public library. This is the one where everyone can kind of get in and get main access to get any information they want to find without having to get clearance or documents of that sort. That's information that's probably more known by you two, and I dare say by you by an extension because you were here already a couple of weeks ago. So you guys are able to move through and you find beautiful 2-story building, big bay windows, double doors made of brass, big rooftop where you see some birds and stuff laying on top, and you do see some people up there. The streets around here are filled with many people of different walks of life. You see Tabaxi, Loxodine. At one point you see some tieflings and some of them wearing like school robes. Like you've seen Gigi wear some, and you've seen some of the young in the around. You've been here a long time. You see they're like nice blue robes with golden tin, and some wear like their amulets dictating what they do. And they've got their stacks of books, and there's kids that are on break from the universities and the colleges. And it's just like around here you find like a lot of use goes on here. A lot of people come to this place because everything's kept in books. It's the way it is. Even with the influx of arcano scientific technology and stuff, nothing beats a good book. So there's a lot of people here. But Zero, immediately, like passively, you would know the Archive Eterna is probably going to be the best place to start because it doesn't require you to get any documentation. Like you see it's beautiful building, a couple of people here and there on benches, some trees and some art installations around, like works of gold and metal and all that sort of stuff. It, for what the rest of the city sometimes looks like, it's quite pretty here, all things considered. But yes, it's a bustling courtyard with many buildings. What's the game plan, team? What do we want to do?
All right, well, you...
Do you know what you're after?
Oh, yes, but where? No.
Are there, like, people to talk to ask
There's
questions?
a multitude of people, yeah. There's a multitude of people here.
Well, Hugo's going to, keep an eye out for anything or anyone the whole day with the symbol of the Queen of Corvus. So anything that strikes his attention towards that. But he will also go up to someone and sort of say, I'm looking for information on undead.
Make a... Just, you know what? I'm going to get you to roll. Make a history check for me. But this isn't for you. This is for someone else, this person.
4!
You speak to a younger half-orc woman, long black hair tied back in a high ponytail, wearing this ornate robe of the blue and the gold. And she wears a symbol of the Arcanum Heart, which is more of an elven god. But she talks to you and goes, undead is, that's a tricky one. There's a lot of books that sort of cover it, but I guess you'd kind of want to be looking into like your bestiaries, your tomes maybe. Unfortunately, I study sorcery and arcane sciences myself, so I can't really help you on that. But anything regarding bestiaries, maybe some religious texts would be a bad idea if you want some foothold to start. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help.
Is there anyone in the area that specializes?
Honestly, if you're not studying here or you don't work in the city, you want to go to the Archive Eterna because that's public access. But there's a woman who works there, elven woman. She's the librarian. She's the sole librarian. They only need the one. You have a vague idea of what she's talking about, but she's quite intelligent when it comes to what books she has and what she can look for. So that might be a good place to start. I can't remember her name for the life of me, but she's quite good.
Thank you kindly.
You're welcome. And she walks off.
Well, I got very little.
We'd go talk to the librarian.
We'll
Let's go
show
lead
you
the
guys
way.
the way.
I've spoken to her before, having come through here before.
Maybe for all of 30 seconds.
Totally A-okay. She doesn't need to recognize him, he just needs to know where to find her.
Alrighty. So you guys move through the double doors of the Archive Eterna. The brass doors don't require you to touch them. They move open automatically as you enter. You see two little jewels encrusted into the stone light up, and the giant iron like brass doors open. And when you walk in, you're met at first with like a slight little hallway, like a couple of feet, right? And there's paintings leading into it, and then eventually as it breaks into the open library, you see there's shelves stacked to the ceiling, and then between the gap of the shelf and the ceiling there's more books. And while it looks like a bit chaotic at first, you realize that there are some rudimentary things where you start realizing that the numbers are sequential on the top, and there seems to be some order to this controlled chaos. The smell of old books, but old books that have been kept dry and perfectly oxygenated, like that smell of parchment and fresh ink and old ink hits your nostril. The smell of scented candles as well, all moving together. It's this influx of smells that automatically, when you crest through the precipice of this building, you feel your whole body's just relaxed. You're like, oh, this is wonderful. And the doors eventually seal shut behind you. And again, you watch as the paintings that are in that small little hallway spread equidistantly between certain bookshelves and stuff. I'll get everyone to make perception checks as you walk in. As the only thing you can hear is the slight soft turning of pages of other people, the burning of candles and some small torches and a chandelier.
24.
Oof!
12.
Okay,
22.
not bad.
17.
So you guys, they got, basically over 10 works. Moving through, the first thing you guys notice is all the paintings are depictions of, they're like, big golden frames. They've got their little plaques on them with like the inscription of like describing what the scene is. And you find they're very big contrast to each painting. They all seem to be ripped from either a tome of some sort or a fairy tale or something. And the first one you guys notice is, it's a painting of Dunathorn in the Schwarzeisen Mountains and the pictures of the Wyvern Riders, and it depicts the first Wyvern to sail from the top of the mountain. So it's a depiction of instances in time that were of great effect to the nation. You look at another one, and it's a painting of what Hunnenfrace used to look like before it was built over with the new city. So you see more humble homes, small 2-story, some 3-story houses, all linked by stone pathways. It was big. It was like a metropolis, but it never exceeded like one level. You know what I mean? Everything was on ground level. So to look at that comparatively, it really strikes a contrast to how different they were. Then there's a painting of Hunnenfrace, the day that the city was officially declared finished. And you see these beautiful golden spires reaching high into the sky, and you see the blue ripple of the bubble in these paintings. And they're what you see immediately walking in, but as your eyes scan around, especially for those who don't really step foot in here, so mainly like, I guess you guys, and kind of you a little bit, you're not so much because you've already been here, you start seeing other ones around as you guys move around, working towards the desk that's in the middle, which is obviously the librarian's desk. It sits a little bit higher. It's got like candles and some books and stuff stacked up and some papers, but you're kind of like just wandering around making the adjacent turns. And for those who rolled a little bit higher, so anything 15 and up, especially you guys that roll the 20s, you start to notice some big differences in the paintings that head more towards the back. And there's two specifically that you see on the left-hand side coming around like the sort of semicircle room that depict Velikrinos, which is one of the other major continents away from here. And one of them is one of the main roads of their capital city. It starts with a K, I'm blanking on right now, I'll look it up later. But the main draw of that city is it's one huge road that kind of crests up a smaller mountain, and the city was built around that main road. and it's beautiful. Like, it's painted in like blues and white stone, and it basically looks like Greece, let's be honest. and it's lovely. And then the next painting overwards is the same angle in the same city, but the entire city has been decimated and left to ruin as fires burned. There's whole structures that have been destroyed. And one, it depicts where it was before the war, and one after the war. You specifically knowing that the war was when Velikrinos, Vassal, and Holosis all went to war a couple of 100 years ago, and many people were killed off the bat. Velikrinos was basically torn to pieces, and they've had to rebuild from the ground up. And then, Voyagers, you pass the other side, going on the right-hand side, looking at the other paintings, you see one of a lone, large man in armor. It's all black and grey and white. Like, the painting has no colour in it, except for the red flecks of red. And it's known as the Curse of Archibald, which was one of the more grotesque local stories that you heard, horror stories told around. And the painting is dark and graphic, and it's quite disconcerting. And why they have it in the center of a library is no one's guess. Maybe they just really liked it. But as you all kind of wander and peek around, have a look, you hear the rolling of wheels, like those wheel ladders, like. Oh, sorry, I'll be right there. And you hear as the steps come down, and eventually, as you all reconvene at the end of this large bookcase on the back wall, you see porcelain white face, absolutely unaged in her vision. Not white like yours, but like she's pale, very pale. Not like in the sense that like your skin is so white, but it's not translucent white. But hers is like, it almost looks like makeup, but it's not. Bit
Kind
odd.
of like a glass doll sort of thing.
Kind of, yeah, like it's shiny. And black hair, not a single thread of hair out of place, tied up in a neat bun, high, I guess like those little puffy collars where they wear the chokers, and it's like little envelope. I don't know what it's called. Help me!
Very Victorian-esque.
Yes, thank you. I
You're
can't get
welcome.
it. God, I have so many plates spinning. I'm losing words. Blouse tucked in nice and tight, real thin figure, like almost like thinner than most people, and a large blue skirt that pops out, and she's wearing like subtle, like black, like little pump heels a little bit, stockings and stuff, and she's got a stack of books. But the thing that draws you the most is the fact that her eyes, the iris, or the color, the iris of her eyes is much larger, and it's a deep, deep blue. Like so deep that it almost looks like it's black. But then you realize as her eyes flicker with the candlelight, you see the hints of blue on the outer corona of where her eye turns to white. And looks to you and recognizes you off the bat, and she goes, "Oh, hello again. Didn't think I'd see you back so soon. And you brought friends. Oh, this is lovely. What can I help you with?"
So, my friend here is looking for something very specific.
Do you have any information on the undead? Something that hasn't been seen for anything in my hit time.
Oh, yes, I say we have a lot of books here. Do you know what kind you were looking for?
Hugo sort of starts scrambling through his pack, and out of his little mat case pulls out the sketch he made of the undead woman with the red eyes that he came across in his session 0. I came across this thing in the far north, and I've dealt with my fair share of undead, but this thing seemed intelligent.
Oh, almost lost the dice. She looks at your sketch and goes, "I can't say I know that myself, but I can point you in the right direction if you would like to follow me." And she just starts walking off to the left side, going into one of the extensions, add-ons of the library. And as you all follow, and you find she leads you into a section that a lot of the books are tomes and bestiaries of different monsters and all that sort of stuff, creatures. And you find particularly she moves away from what would be considered beasts, and she moves into another section where a lot of the books are like darker burgundies and black, like leather. And she goes, "Now, this section here contains more tomes on aberrations, demons, fiends, undead, all that sort of stuff. So you obviously want to go to you in common, which is..." And she pulls the book out. And when I say these things fucking big. It's huge. Like, it's a beast of a book. But it's the front it's black with that golden embossing on the front. Undead Tome 3, pages like 496 to 2031. Like it's obviously like a continuating series. And she goes, now if you have a general idea of what you're looking for, you can generally go to your indexes and find things based on whether they're humanoid, bipedal, all of those sort of things. But if you do a little bit of research, I'm sure you might be able to find what you're looking for in here specifically.
Thank you kindly.
You're welcome. Now, for all those in attendance who are new, even though I've met you before, fine young gentlemen, my name is Felicity. If you need to find me, just you don't have to shout, but just say my name. I hear everything in here.
Felicity.
Yes.
Have you considered working on one about it?
I'm good, thank you. But yes, just whisper my name, and I'll be here if you need me.
Before you go,
Yes.
can I just have a word? And he goes to kind of step away from the group for a minute.
Okay, so we'll say as you kind of pull Felicity aside, you guys start opening the book to start wandering through. She goes, yes, I'm gonna help.
I was a bit excited when I came through here last.
Oh yes, you came in quite a huff, and I see you still have that elaborate bow and your friend.
Yeah, I can put him away if you want.
Oh, he's
Isn't
fine.
referring to the bow or the dog. It's just one or the other.
I kind of consider them a uniform thing at this point. They kind of, I didn't see you without either, so I think all is well.
I'm looking for any documentation of children born between the years of insert correct year here and insert correct year following here.
You'll be looking. Oh, what year did we start? Let me go back.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I
This
know.
one.
I knew I was thinking about something today, and I didn't think to double check it. Hang on, it'll be at the beginning of episode 1, or it should be. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, look at that. I never actually announced what year it was, because there's a bit of a funky thing here where, so basically you say you're looking for records of children born, how old's Voyage again, sorry?
21.
So 21. So you basically say you're looking for children born in the last 20 to 25 years as far as documentation. So Felicity explains, she goes, well, you see, we don't really keep track of years numerically because systematically through law keeping, we determine things by some ages. And depending on who you ask, there's different interpretations of what year we're in. We currently, on record, documentation are in year 843. So 843 as far as 843 years since the beginning of the last age. So you're trying to look between 821 rather, to now, correct? Okay.
Preferably, to narrow it down, I don't need anything that recent. More so just 21 years ago.
Okay. Do you have an idea of where you're looking? I mean, in the sense that, do you have a particular city in which you're looking for to garner that information? Because there are copies that exist everywhere, so we might not have the copies, but another city might, or another town might.
Yes. Insert correct town name here, because I forgot.
It should be on your document.
Yep.
Because I believe we got the town name in there.
Yep.
But it starts with everything. As you're trying to relay that information, she pulls out like a small little notepad and like a small like bit of pencil, and she's like chicken scratching down like quick information to like try and help narrow a search down for this particular thing. And as she's kind of taking it down, I guess she'll make an insight check. You can make persuasion or deception while we're doing this too. Oof, buddy, you better roll high.
That's natural 1.
Oh, damn, you suck.
Yeah, he's trying, but he's...
she looks back over to Wild, and it's just as we pan the camera back, it's poor little Hugo with this huge fucking book, and Zero and Zeph just looking over, offering like no help whatsoever. Just looking over as like you're flicking through these pages, hair starting to come out of place. Like,
How dark is it in this place?
no, it's actually quite well lit.
Okay.
It's
Zeph's
very well lit.
standing there
Yeah.
with the sketch that you've got and just like seeing, no, that doesn't look like it. No, that doesn't look like it. Just trying to match up the photos.
Zero's not even helping. She like lost interest like fucking as soon as he started.
10 pages ago.
Just,
You never
fiddling
shroud.
with stuff.
Also, just the nation as a whole.
Oh, yeah, that's all I got.
I was positive we had something more specific.
Hang on. A small dock town, Whistling Hamlet?
Whistling Hamlet?
Yeah,
Okay.
there, that thing.
Oh, here we go. I also found the document. Yep,
Yeah,
lovely.
it only took me a minute.
It's okay. So she takes down all the information. She goes, okay, Whistling Hamlet. I can have a look. I don't know if I have it, but I might be able to get a request to get it if you need it. So it might take me a couple of days, maybe. If you're going to be around and you're going to come back, I can definitely look for that for you.
Just a second. Hey, party mum.
Yes?
Are we gonna be here for a few days?
Beware. Like...
Here. Gestures to the city.
Oh, well, I'm not going anywhere. If you need somewhere to stay, my...
Yeah, I'll be
apartment's
here.
open to you.
Okay, well, maybe try like 2-3 days, and if I have information, I can give it to you. If not, I can let you know when I'm going to get it.
Mhm.
Okay, wonderful. Well, you know where to find me. What's your name? Sorry.
Voyage.
Lovely to meet. I'm Felicity, and she like shakes her hand. And God, her skin's smooth.
Oh, yeah. What skincare routine do you use?
Blood of the
Direct
innocent.
into an
She's
area
like,
of beauty of books.
she's like avoiding the sun.
Maybe she's born with it. But yes, and then she potters off to go look for the information you need, and you're able to reconnect with your friends. Now, you scour this book for minutes, and you're powering through because you know what key things you're looking for. You keep flicking back to the glossary and the index, trying to look for keywords, helping you, trying to localize what you're
I'd say
looking
he's
for.
looking for that, but he's also looking for anything else in the book about intelligent undead.
Okay. I'm not going to make you roll for it, because I feel like the concept of rolling info checks with books is silly because you've got the book in front of you. That's just my opinion. Eventually you roll through and you see a word that you've heard and you know it. And you're you good? There we go. One day I'll build tunnels under our seats.
Just Minecraft, like little.
I can imagine
pipes.
someone disappear and then pop up over here.
So, you look and you come across a word that you've heard, you know about it, everyone talks about it, but you didn't think it would be relevant until the thread starts getting connected. You've got on the page of a vampire.
Oh, shit.
The concept of vampires infecting local townships and people is not an uncommon thing. The spotting of vampires is quite rare, as per what the book says, because they generally try to not associate with places where they'll get seen and get caught. But you look on further, and the bit of information you get from that, and this is when you're reading the book and it stops being a science book, and it starts using the lingo that a common adventurer is going to understand. Vampires can create spawn, like subservient creatures to themselves. Let me just make sure I'm reading the right bit. Yeah. Let me just check it out. Because there's a description. Yeah, so what you read is most victims of vampires end up becoming spawn, which are basically just an undead creature with a vampire's hunger for blood, but under control of that vampire that made them.
Well, fuck. I'm guessing Hugo's never interacted. Like, these are known to be uncommon things. Like,
Uncommon. They definitely exist. It's not like, oh, maybe they exist. No, they exist, but it's super rare.
yeah. Is there anything about like histories of them in there? Like when's the last sighting? Like are they known to have been a bigger thing in the past, something that hasn't shown up in a long time? Is there anything like that about them in there? Or would Hugo know that from his own interactions with undead?
I would say... Do I want to put this behind a wall? I don't know. That's the thing, because it's... I'll say it like this. A couple of 100 years ago, as it says in the documentation, a couple of 100 years ago, it wasn't uncommon to see more larger clans of them. But in the sense of vampirism generally leads those who are vampires to feel like they are more entitled creatures, people started killing them quite freely. And there was no law to protect vampires. Even though they are undead humanoids, pardon me, people still see them as monsters. And as they were treated as such. And they were hunted. Some people like to think that they were hunted to near extinction, especially those that are in service of gods that despise undeath, such as the Queen of Corvus. Sometimes, like, worshippers of the Platinum King, especially paladins and stuff, and some clerics that are trying to purge the land of undead scourges will generally lead militia to go wipe out entire, like, factions of vampires in the early ages. But now, as the concept that, oh, there's probably not as many left anymore because we kind of fucking wreck shop on all of them. There's so little left, but recently, the last 100 years, not that many. People believe that some of their cattle and stuff were taken, but no real proof. But you're looking at what you've got in the book to your sketch and what's in the book available to sketch for you, and you're like, no, that's got to be it. It has to be. Otherwise, I'm dealing with a monster that no one knows about, or there's a mutation that we haven't seen.
Well, I think I found my mystery beast.
What did you find?
Turns out a giant book.
To
you guys, it's a regular size book, but to Hugo, it looks like I came across a vampire.
Holy shit! I thought those things were like extinct.
Yes, I have done a lot of dealing with the undead, and this thing gave me the heebie-jeebies. I now see why.
I'm surprised you survived.
I have very specific magic against the undead. Those are one of the biggest follies of my god. So I think in this case I was lucky to be protected. But I do feel as though I should warn a church and a more organized power of my religion. So if at any point in the next few days around this city you know where there may be a place of worship for the Queen of Corvus, I would very much appreciate.
I will let you know, before you go to put the book back, you quickly scan over and try to look over any more information that may be important to hunting it down. A section comes up about localized areas and where vampires will be. It states that vampires' remains, like their bodies from where they originally died, remain bound to the site in where their body was interred. So like coffins, crypts, grave, mausoleums, etc., etc. Where it must rest during the day. If they didn't receive like a formal burial, like some sort of grave procedure, they have to lie between a particular point of earth of its transition into undeath. And some are known to be able to move to multiple resting places that way, but generally they're localized.
Good to know. Still concerning that these things have not been seen in quite some time, and I don't know if it's just me, but this seems like a advancement in the current scourge of undead that's haunting this land. It was just the occasional risen dead outside of the Deadlands that would come along, and some other rumors of lycanthropic creatures, but I've not heard any rumors of a vampire.
Great, just what we need.
Look, this was very far away from where we are now, but it leaves me uneasy.
Well, if it's happening there, who's to say it's not happening closer to home?
That's my point exactly.
What if we just buy a bunch of garlic?
Does the book say anything about garlic?
A common misconception. It was a simple tale put in by mums and dads to help the kids sleep a little bit better at night, but unfortunately it's not true.
It won't be much help, but if you're a good cook, we could use it.
I'm not a very good cook.
Does it say anything in the book about weaknesses?
About weaknesses? Not that you can see.
Look, this may just be something that I need to do more research as we travel. And again, my church in particular have a vendetta against the undead, so if we do find a place of worship, I may be able to ask some more questions.
Question. Based on who Voyager's parents are, has he been told any horror stories about Solus or Kilag's travels that have been possibly point raised by the mention of a vampire?
No, but you also realise you never had the prompt to ask because it never got brought up in conversation. But maybe next time you talk to your father, you could ask.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, just out of blatant curiosity because, tell me all these wild things about your adventures.
Your father's definitely told you the story about the escapades with dragons, but not with undead, no.
Okay,
But
fair enough.
they're very intelligent. They might have some sort of idea.
Cool.
Do
Next.
Oh, sorry.
Next time I get a chance, I'll ask my dads.
All information is welcome.
Do we know of any churches for...
The city itself has many places of worship. There's basically one in every, 1 to 3 in every district. So realistically, you've just got to find out, you just got to ask which one you're looking for specifically, and then you can just go there. They'll put you in the right direction.
Yeah, so would me or Zeph either know any of those particular places of worship off the top of our head?
One for the Queen of Corvus, I believe, if I can... Yeah.
If not, Felicity.
Yes?
We found what we were looking for. Thank you. You were very helpful. Are there any churches in the area for the Queen of Corvus?
You would want to go to Miros, which is in the south. Miros has a church for the Queen of Corvus there. Quite fitting. It's...
We're just there.
Bonk!
We didn't know we needed to be.
Because that's where Goss is.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, we'll be back at Gosrix at some point.
No, that's true. Oh, that is true. Yeah.
That's hilarious. It's because,
And while we have you here,
yes.
do you know where we could find any more information about vampires?
Well, you're probably going to want to look at a tome that is explicitly about vampires. Let me have a look. See, so she takes the big tome and puts it back in and moves over to one of the other shelves and starts going through. And she pulls out one and... So gauche. It's a deep red leather, book with a big ornate golden V on the front. Vampires and the history thereof. And she hands it down to you, and she looks at you with a quizzical look, and she goes, now, this is half what they believe to be true and half stories. Documentation about, famous vampires that did this and that and all that rubbish. But it's the best we've got, considering the species is all but extinct. Well, as they believe.
Yes, very much so. Thank you kindly once again.
No, you're very welcome. If you are, you can borrow these books. If you'd like to take it with you to peruse at your own discretion, you can have them for 3 weeks.
By all means.
Okay.
What would I need to...
Well, I'll take it with me, and I'll leave it at the desk, and all you got to do is just sign your name in our documentation. You can take it with you, and then...
Fantastic, thank you.
Wonderful. And she struts off with your book in hand. So you can peruse at your own discretion.
Do you have wife at home?
Sort of looks around to see who's sort of paying attention.
If you guys want to try and keep this hushy, I will get you to make stealth checks, basically.
I'm not making any stealth check.
Sorry?
I'm not making any stealth
Nope.
check.
Okay,
Let's
you
not think
think
good.
you think you're hushed?
Yeah. We were engaged to be married.
I was going to. Don't worry about it. That sounds like
There's history.
You could have new wife. She looks very nice.
Hugo goes bright. No, not necessary, thank you.
Voyage said their hands were very soft.
They indeed were.
What were you, do anyone else need any research?
This man needs a wingman.
This is payback for the flower crown.
No one else? Any other research? Felicity? I think we're good here. Felicity!
Yeah, you go run to your new mommy.
I just had a sip of water and it almost...
Hold it in! Porcelain, mummy!
He can't even look her in the eyes when he rents the book out.
Okay. So you end up, what it is it's a ledger, like a large leather-bound ledger, and you find it's a blank like rows. And what you do is you sign your name, the duration 1 to 3 weeks, or 1 to 2 days to 3 weeks, which is the maximum time. And there's a thing at the bottom saying, obviously, if you deliver it late, you incur a fee, as every library does. And you sign off, and she hands the book down to you, and she goes, well, I hope you find what you're looking for. And again, if you need more, please come back. We can always keep looking around.
One more question.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any books of mortals that have interacted with the deities?
There's some. They're more so treated as fables. As we know, the gods, people can interact with the gods, and many centuries ago they did. They walked among us. They were on the landscape that we ourselves walk on. But following the separation between the favored and the unfavored gods, they were all sealed themselves away so that their access to the mortal realm was limited. But sometimes, depending on who wrote what book and who talked about what god, some of the stories can be greatly exaggerated to some, but they are there. Are you looking for one god specifically, or?
And he holds his sword necklace. My queen.
I see. Again, you'll find that in most religious texts and all that sort of thing there. You'll generally find that more of your churches will probably be the better bet. As you asked before, that would probably be your best bet. I dare say.
As I imagined, thank you.
Welcome. Anyone else before we leave? No?
Come on, I can see that smirk.
Felicity, I do have one more question just before we go.
Bye.
Like Marvin the Martian. He's out of there. You hear the brass.
While he's having this conversation, he's looking at her hands. I know he touched it before, but was there a ring?
Make a perception check.
That dice let me down before. It's 12. What's math? That's 18.
No ring.
Zeph's gonna slowly start walking away as well.
Zero comes in closer to Voyage and puts her hand on his shoulder, and she's also To Felicity.
So, we were just wondering, are you here all the time, or do you finish up at any point?
I generally leave quite late because I have to make sure this place is clean.
How late?
10:30.
Okay.
Can I help you? Is there something that I'm missing here?
God, I'm tempted to cast command on you.
Are you have any personal commitments?
No, I generally go home, I sleep, and then I come back.
So nobody waiting for you at home?
Are you asking me if I'm married or single?
He was asking you.
You don't have a ring on, and our friend.
Oh, my dear Lord.
But also, like, if he's not your type.
I never said anything like that. I am invested in my work.
So no play.
A little bit of bright red. Look, you're all very kind and you're all very sweet, but I don't think I really have the time to offer myself to people or offer them free time that I simply myself do not have. Not right now.
That's okay. Zero will just snake her hand around Voyage and will slowly start to leave, and then she'll lean in and just be like, don't worry, we will break her down brick by brick, and eventually she will crack.
If we can't get her out of here, we just set the date up in here.
If we can't get her out of here, we just set the library on fire. Then how will she work? She will have so much free time.
Arson is not always the answer.
Arson fixes so many things. Oh, you too. Several decades, arson has fixed many of my problems.
No.
Am I near enough to hear it?
No, I feel like
started
as,
walking away?
as
or
you
what?
guys go to crest the door, I find that there's a moment where you hear the whisper, but you can't really tell what it is.
As soon as I hear the whispering, I'm just gonna put my hand. She hears everything in the library. Everything you've said, she's been hearing.
Yeah, this is true.
You guys glance back.
Oh,
and
burning it down.
You guys
She
glance
can't
back.
see shit. She may hear everything, but she can't see shit.
You guys turn around for one more quick glance, and it's just two piercing blue eyes over the top, being like. And you guys exit the building.
Where was Zeph during this?
Out the fucking door. I was with Hugo
Zeph fully changed their skin color to match the wall behind him, like random from Monsters Inc. and just stealthed out. Just got out.
Hugo seems smaller than normal. He's really.
Voyage comes up to him, hand on his back. It's all right. We'll get you cleaned up. We'll make sure you have a good, solid bath. And we'll get you this date.
I am not on the lookout, thank you very much.
Oh, all of that for nothing. I mean,
I didn't ask.
My favourite part of that was the music dun, dun,
Oh, it
and then it was just crickets.
Yeah, literally. That's great. So you guys move back to the street, and it is still busy. You're probably getting on to late morning into the midday by this point. You kind of went in with a mission, so you're able to very quickly get in and get out, which is great. So now that you've kind of freed up your morning, what's the game plan? What do we want to do?
Did you want to go to that church for the Queen?
Look, I'd like to.
Because then that way
some
it's also
point,
in
but-
the same district as Gosrick as well.
Unless there's anything important that others are looking to do.
I mean, I'm pretty much a chauffeur at this point. Zero is gonna want to. I mean, she could probably just do it on the side while they go to the church. She just wants to follow up with the gunsmith
Sing beer.
Yeah, who bought that gun?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Hugo's probably going to have
Oh,
a
yeah,
chat
you
with you last night as well, kind of
Yeah.
takes aside, sort of a side conversation with you. Is there
Yeah.
something more important that we need to possibly be chasing up? Something more time sensitive?
What's the gunsmith's name again?
Sing beer.
Sinbia.
Sing. Syngbir.
Sinbia.
But you just call him Sing for short.
Sing.
It makes it easier.
I'm going to go to my gunsmith Sing. See if I can squeeze him the right way so he weasels out the name of who purchased that gun. Because not a lot of people have them. And as far as I'm concerned, there is only one gunsmith in Hanenfres. And that is Sing.
Well, that sounds like a plan.
Alright. Did you two want to come, or do you have your own agenda?
Come along. Adventure time. He's always down to be taken for a walk, much like Dog.
Well, let's see if we can try and find out who the fuck bought this gun.
Alright, you guys begin to move. And Zeph, I would like to remind you that you do still have the letter that you need to check with at some point. But
I'm holding
Okay.
on. I'm waiting for the time where everyone's distracted. So
Let
I can
me-
be like, brrr.
now,
What do you mean? All you gotta do is like exhale and you disappear, then you've got the freedom to read the note whenever you
but
want.
it's still
We're
fun.
easily distracted, this group.
Yeah, but like, you know, talking about guns, shiny things, that's the good opportunity.
Just get it pop!
just check here.
I get it. You guys are nosy as fuck. Especially that one.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Give us more meta game.
Zero, can you do me a favour?
Yes.
I would like you to roll a d20 for me, and you're going to add 4.
Dirty 20.
Lovely. Thank you. Alright, you guys begin to move to Singvir's gun shop. So that is in Traders Bay, which is more towards the north side. So you guys begin to move again.
Will we be going through Wilkenholt?
So when you kind of break off the main roads, there's a very clear pass where you can break into any of those suburbs without having to cross the other. But you will be closer if you wish to do so on the way out whenever you feel like you want to. So you all move. Let me just to in the northern suburb. It's Traders Bay. So Traders Bay is where there's heaps of workshops, markets, and you find some food, drink, clothes, vendors, armor, weapons. When you guys sort of cross that threshold into where the city becomes like the working area, the noises start becoming just ungodly. There's clanging of steel, and there's it was like fire and steam's getting let out of tubes. At one point, you guys are walking along, you just hear. There comes the black smoke. There's just, it's going on here, and it's insane. At one point you hear whirring and some dude screams, and then there's a huge clap. It's insane. But as you get led through Traders Bay, Zero takes you to a very quite destitute corner of Traders Bay that almost looks abandoned. 3 shop fronts all together, sealed with the windows barred and sealed, and the doors abandoned. Graffiti and dirt and grime and muck and some other substances you're not quite sure what they are all over this abandoned building. But Zero, you know this building's not abandoned. And you move around to the side entrance and the side alleys where people would usually disperse of their water or their liquids or anything of the sort, and you see a giant black iron door, and you knock, or if there's anything else you want to do rather than just knocking into it.
Oh, she'll turn around to the group first. This is like a candy shop for me. I really like the candy in this shop. It is my favorite candy.
Candy. Sorry.
Stop it, you.
Candy.
Candy cadet.
Now, in this store, there are many fragile things. There are many things that are unpredictable and could explode at a moment's notice. Tuck in your elbows. Don't let your fingers touch anything. And just try not to knock anything over.
Might be a good idea to
Dog sit.
You go just
And then once she's done with that little debrief, she'll on the big iron door.
It's quite silent on the outside here. So for you guys hearing the clanging of the door, it's quite dead, very dense. Just a on this metal body. And eventually there's a fidget. And what looks like a copper face mask stares back through the slit. Ah. Right you are, madam. Door shuts. And you guys are blessed with the visual of seeing an automaton. Same build and size as Hugel in this copper, brass, gold mixture. Almost intricately carved to look like he wears a bit of a suit, like a butler of some sort. And almost a metallic mustache, kind of like Sam Neill, where the mustache just covers his entire mouth, and a little monocle on one eye, and you hear like whirring on the inside. And he goes, Mr. Zion, good to see you again. Please, you've brought company. And be careful, it's quite spicy in here. And he stands back and opens the door and allows you guys to enter. And for Hugo, he's like bang on the same height as you, like just taller than a gnome.
Hugo is fascinated. I don't think you would have ever seen an automaton before either.
No, I don't think. I think the closest you guys would have seen were the little walking rubbish bins outside Zero's building.
Like robots versus automaton feels like you know, like this is like a thing with personality. He's just like, like a child seeing it.
So I feel like everyone enters first, or like the normal height folk, and then when you kind of stare for a moment and be like, "What are you looking at, sir?"
Nothing. Just keeps walking, very much like, oh, she's called out.
I dare say if you want to go, I'll happily oblige.
Don't you bully him.
I will fuck you up.
Zero just grabs like the longest, like the nearest long metal thing and just reaches around and conk.
A whole head goes into the chest region, and it's like you can hear the echo on the inside, like, my gosh, hey! Right you are, madam. Shuts the door. What you guys immediately realize, so this place is fucking jam-packed, right? There is so much scrap and metal and half-built machinery that's running, but you have no idea what it's doing. And Zero wasn't wrong when she said, like, suck your elbows in and think little, because this place is hard to get around. And you realize that immediately when you cross the threshold of the doorway, it's loud as sin in here. Like, there's machines going on, but outside you couldn't hear a thing. So obviously something's in place to protect this place from outside interpretations of what's going on. But eventually this little automaton walks you through it and like moseys his way through, and moseys on past you guys and leads you through. And it's a quite intricate little pathway, and then it becomes apparent that those three abandoned buildings are all one infrastructure that is used to cover up this illegal machine shop of some sort. And you guys move through, and eventually you're opened into a clearing that is, quite spectacular, but also odd. Many workbenches scattered around a larger open floor plans, maybe about 45, 50 feet by 50 feet, with a steel workbench that expands the entire way around. There's chains hanging from the roof with pulleys, and you see a multitude of firearms. Different calibers of some like Zero's guns, but the barrels are way longer. They're beefier. They have vents cut into them. You see early prototypes of what look like the White Widow, the fucking shoulder cannon that Zero has on her back, but where it's just the barrel and the mechanics. There's no wood for them. There's some where the barrels have been completely eviscerated from the center and they're held together with like a piece of metal, and they've been placed up like a trophy on the wall. And against one of the farthest edges, where there's sparks and the sounds of like metallic sawing going on, you see a wooden and iron wheelchair with a little gnome gentleman with a shield mask of some sort on his face as he works on the steel. And it's like, and like the sparks are going off, and everything's like, stop, stop, like, mouth opens up, stop, and you're like, what is it? What do you want? What do you want? Boy folds the mask up. Ah, hello, my dear.
Hello, Sing. I've come to ask a favor of you. I know last time I asked for a favor of this nature, you turned me away, but I think maybe this time, being a little lower down the ladder of order, maybe you can help me out.
Well, depends. What are you looking for? You come into my workshop, you barely ask about what I'm doing, you just ask for another favor. Admitted, I'm glad to see that you're alive, it's good, but what do you need? And you find he whirls around and wheels his chair up so he's more with you instead of speaking at you.
What did Zero ever sight or hear the gun that was being fired?
No. What you got was from Old Man Whitaker, I believe it was. It made a loud crack and the whole thing seemed to spin. That's what you got.
Okay. So, would Zero have a bit of an idea as to what model firearm it might be?
Vaguely by design, but you don't know what Sing would call it. Do you know what I mean? So you go, oh, it's got this thing, but you don't know how to ask him what name it is. But if you describe it to him, he'd probably have a good idea.
Well, she'll go ahead and describe what was relayed to her. Do you know what model that is?
Yeah, I know what that is. It's a pepper box. Older model. It's what I designed and used before I ended up making the rotating chamber system that I made for your pieces.
Okay. Have you sold any recently?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, fuck me dead.
And he's going to make insight to try and determine.
No.
What'd you roll?
A fucking 6.
Listening to the way you're asking it, he can hear like that spaced curiosity in the way you're asking questions. And his eyes squint, he leans back a little bit in his wheelchair and he goes, I don't know if I like the questions that you're asking. Why?
Zero's gonna drop down into a squat, so she's kind of on his level. There are some people using the firearms you make and going around and shooting them off like fucking barbarians. Now, this is not a good look for you. We can't be having this fucking happening. They will get banned. They already fly under the radar because nobody knows what they fucking are. But could you imagine if someone got a hold of those, or they went around, did a massacre with these firearms, and suddenly they were outlawed? That security personnel that's been going around kicking down the doors of sunken sect members, they find out about those firearms landing in the wrong hands? That iron door of yours might not hold up so well.
Hugh was gonna lean in. One was used to kill a child.
You find in that moment, he takes in the brevity of what you're saying. Even without rolling, it doesn't faze him. Well, good thing for me, I sold the design to somebody else. It could be anybody. Do you know how many tinkerers in Bjorkoma are attempting to build these now that I sold off the simplest of designs to them? Any one of those big, great fucking workshoppers could attempt to build it. Not my problem. I didn't sell the gun. I didn't sell the design to anybody that I think was going to be untrustworthy. But I did sell it to a whole town full of tinkerers. So it's not my problem.
You sold the design.
Easy money. Keep the good ones for myself. Sell the shit ones to other people. Let them figure it out.
Zero just lets out almost like a tired laugh and slaps her hands on her knees and she stands up.
I'd like to insight check that as well.
Go for it.
Ooh, 18 plus... Plus 6. 24.
You can see he tries to keep his face really stiff, but he can't help but smile. You know for a fact he's telling the truth. He's so confident in his ability to know that he's not going to get caught because anybody could have it.
That's all right. That's completely fine. I'll take care of it in my way.
Don't bring it to my doorstep. And begins to turn his chair around and goes back to working on the desk.
Don't bring it to your doorstep. What are you willing to do for me to make sure it doesn't happen?
Zero, please. Don't make threats. You're not the most favorite in town anymore.
Oh, I'm well aware. You sold off a design to a fucking firearm. To a bunch of fucking tinkerers. And now they're in the hands of a bunch of fucking barbarians. Killing children. Your doorstep is the last thing you're going to need to fucking worry about. If you're not going to help me solve this problem.
Garrington, please see them out. And the little auto halfling. Madam, I think it's time to get down to the work of the thing. And see you on your way. Please.
You're going to regret this thing.
You start hearing a clicking in Garrington's arm. Madam, please. I've always been quite fond of you. Please.
You've made your choice.
I can't help it, my lady. I was made this way. And he begins to walk and waits for you all to follow.
Zero's leaving.
Unless anyone else has any fucky stuff they want to do, I dare say we'll...
Hugo's going to bump into the robot and accidentally cast flowers growing out of his head. Duracrusher starts popping out around him.
Like all through like the little cracks and joints of his head, like weird flowers, like... one of his fingers splits into like a scalp and he's like...
My apologies.
My dear God, I'm blind! Master! He's like freaking out. Oh. Eye turns back on. He's like, oh, my goodness. So that's what it's like to die. And begins to, he continues to walk you guys out. As you enter into the street, you find that going into the early afternoon, it is beginning to rain. So, come on. There we go. It's beginning to rain a bit as the black clouds finally come overhead. And Garrington keeps the door open and allows you all to exit. And looks to you, Zero, specifically, and states, Madam, if it's worth anything, I am sorry you feel so strongly about what happened. But this is the world we live in. Unfortunately.
That's fine. I'm well aware of the world we live in. And it's about to become a very big fucking reality for your master.
My lady, I just ask that if it truly does come to that, allow me to try and talk reason to him.
I will give you 3 days, and I will return. And if within 3 days he does not budge, then the world of the bounty hunters will be on this doorstep.
I'm sure you're aware, my lady, that I am programmed to defend him with my life, and I will. I'm made that way.
I know. Unfortunate for you.
I'm very sorry. And he...
Before the door closes,
Yes.
a fabulously healed boot kind of into the doorway. One more thing, specifically for the robot. Because old mate sounds deaf as shit. How many did he sell to?
Make a persuasion check. Because you're asking him to directly go against what he's been programmed to do.
It's only an 11.
You find his unflinching metallic face conveys no emotion in the sense of you don't know what internal struggle he passes through in his mind. I'm sorry, my boy. You seem like a sweet boy, but I cannot go against my orders. Thank you. As you guys stand in the street, the rain overhead putting a damper on current turn of events. One down and seemingly no closer to finding out who or why these people are doing what they're doing. But that's where we're going to take a break. Have a rest, think on that, and we'll be back in a moment. We stand now in the alleyway outside of Singbeer's Smith shop after having just been told to leave. And no real steps forward to finding out exactly what's going on with this pepperbox design or where exactly this Albane or Isha got it from. So, what do we want to do?
That guy was a prick.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Salty fucking designs. This can't be happening. This can't be seriously fucking happening. He just sat there smiling at us like we were fucking idiots. We need to find out where that fucking design has gone. We need to find out who has bought it. Because clearly...
Well, we know a couple of the names, right? Do we know where they hang out?
Yes, we should be able to locate it. But at the end of the day, this serves a bigger problem. It's all well and good for him to sit there and go, oh, but my designs will be the best. At the end of the day, someone has a working fucking firearm. So the design can't be that fucking rudimentary. And to simply underestimate the intelligence of whoever has taken the design. Could you imagine the way this city runs? Everyone on the street with a fucking gun in their hand. We can't let this pass.
I'm sure most of the people in this town are already fairly well armed. And didn't you say that there's some kind of security force to keep them all at bay?
Yes, there is.
I don't think the city has so much to worry about as compared to the villages. What we've already seen, the havoc that have wreaked.
We need to sort this out and fast. I've given them 3 days. We'll see what happens between now and then. But we won't sit idle. We have other leads to follow up on.
Maybe we should let Gosrick know as well.
Yes.
Just to keep him in on the loop. He might have something that we wouldn't think about.
It's a good idea. But while we're here, did you want to drop that letter off?
I think it'd be the right thing to do.
We'll get that over and done with. And in the 3 days, we'll find you one of those cathedrals for your Magpie lady. Shit. Well, that was a big fat fucking flop.
He'll get what he deserves.
Yes. If he doesn't get himself sorted, he will. Alright, where to next?
Hugo's gonna pull out the letter, and there's an address on there.
There is an address. So the address on the back leads to one of the smaller residential blocks in Wilkenholt. For our two homelanders here, it's actually quite simple to find. It's like busy neighborhood, but smaller estate, like townhouses for us, really. You know what I mean? Like full streets, townhouses. So if that is the next plan of order, we move away from here and we move to Wilkenholt. So let me just... Whoa, I scrolled down the wrong sheet. God damn. So you guys find yourself moving back north. Now that it's raining, a lot of the traffic seems to have slowed down a little bit as far as people on the top level. No one wants to go through all the getting wet. The city's so large that there's no real cover from the rain. So a lot of people are just holding up inside small like tea shops and fooderies and all that sort of stuff, just waiting to see when the rain's going to pass. But after a while, who knows when that'll be. The rain here can last for days, let alone a couple of minutes or a couple of hours. But you guys have a job to do. Everyone pulls their cloaks up and keeps themselves covered. Would you have Dog away, or would he be just out in the water?
Oh, he's out having a great time. He needs a bath. He stinks.
And he's like washing over him. He seems just like, oh. But you guys continue along, and you pass a few like pubs and inns and stuff. But going into Wilkenholt, you realize it is quite close to it's quite close to the main gate. Like basically, when you come in the main gate, there's like that entry sector, and then the rest of it's just Wilkenholt. It's like the first place you come into when you step into the city. It's that first like slice of pie, basically. And you follow it, and it's more off the beaten path going on. It's like more some of the smaller townhouses off to like one of the further sides. And eventually you find a little quaint single story, very small, probably no bigger than 2 bedrooms, maybe. But you find yourself on the precipice of the door of this small little building. You wait. Eventually the door swings open, and it's a young woman, maybe like 21, 22. Soft face, slightly tanned, long brunette hair. Pregnant, maybe halfway along. Looks, and quite baffled to see a very haphazard group of individuals at her door. But she looks down to see, and she goes, "Oh, hello. Can I help you?"
We're looking for Mimi.
Yes, that's me.
I have some bad news. And he'll pull out the letter and hand it over to her. We found this.
It clicks pretty quickly. And she openly starts weeping in the doorway.
We followed the lead, and unfortunately it looked like none of the soldiers survived. He was avenged and put to rest properly, if that is of any help.
Face still, if you didn't know from the sound, you wouldn't tell because of the rain. That is slightly hitting her face from the light wind, but she sniffles, and it's that thing where you can't think to speak while you're crying because you know that if you speak, you're just gonna cry more. You know what I mean? And she's trying to and she can't get the words out, but she nods and she listens to what you're saying. And you find she kind of slumps down to her knees. She can't really keep herself standing. And yeah, it's very, for those in probably not so much Zero, but for the rest, it's probably quite jarring to see, I dare say.
Hugo will lean in. I imagine he's on his knees. He's probably at about
Probably the same.
eye height, and sort of leans his head against her head. I understand, mourning. But he was a part of a service to this country. You should be proud.
And I have to contact the officers and his family. Thank you for that.
We all deserve to know what happened at the very least.
I appreciate that.
There were others with him, and I'll pull out the set of glasses. Like, if you happen to know who's these belong to, perhaps their family.
I don't, but I'm sure the officers involved could probably figure that out. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. But I think I'd like to be alone now.
I'll leave you to your mourning.
Thank you.
Before she goes to shut the door, Zero will kind of like jam her hand in, probably a bit unceremoniously wedge the door back open a little bit.
Elbow in the door.
You have someone to look after you. Help you out.
My mother and father are farmers. I could, if the city council doesn't see fit to allow me to collect Ori's pension, I can probably go live with them.
Is it your first child?
Yes.
Zero is going to. Let me just. Oh, I don't know why it's not open. She's basically gonna empty out all the gold that's on her at the moment
Oh, Jesus.
and put it in her hand.
It's hard raising a kid, especially on your own. I understand.
Now in the shade of the doorway, it's very more obvious when the tears start to well up in her eyes again. And she nods, but she can't bring herself to say thank you, sheerly from the fact that you know she's going to burst into tears again. But she tries to piece together a semblance of a broken smile. And you can read in her face that gesture, along with the fact that someone made a point to come out and tell her that Orthorax was killed. I think passively you realize that you've definitely lessened the stress of having to think about all of those things at once.
It's 19 gold, by the way. I know it's not heaps, but
It's still decent compared, for some.
More than Hugo's ever seen.
Sorry.
Oh, he a
No, I'm
broke
just
boy.
looking at mine like,
Yeah, bet.
If the council doesn't approve the transfer of the pension, this is where my mail is sent to, and she'll scribble down a little collection box and hand it over to her. Just send me a little update, and I'll get that sorted for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
enough of that. And then Zero vamooses.
Vamos. And you guys leave. So currently you are just we'll say for the time being, to allow for discussion about what you want to do next, you kind of just moved up the street, up out of eyesight of this small townhouse, and find yourselves just parked against one of the small vendors. It's like a small foodery, like cafe kind of thing, like an open window where there's like a nice little shadow where you guys are kind of able to like lean against the wall and like plan out what you want to do. But you find yourself in the middle of Wilkenholt, kind of staying out of the rain for the time being. What would you like to do?
What time of day have we reached?
You're probably getting out of midday into afternoon. So like 1, maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1:30. Get 1:30. We'll do that. Fuck it. I am the time.
Did we want to head back to your apartment for Gosrick? Or do we want to head to Gosrick's apartment?
Did you want to... How far away is that cathedral? What address did we get given?
Just got given a region of town.
It was.
Was it not where Gosrick is?
It is Miros,
Yeah.
Goshrick's neighborhood. Yeah.
Well, you're right. We will need to let Gosrick know. We can have a look at your magpie lair while we're in that area. My
He rolled his eyes the first couple of times. Now he's just accepting it.
Yeah. She's not even hip with the religions.
With the lingo.
Yeah.
I'll turn her into a worshipper. Yeah, just you wait.
Who knows?
Singular raven on top of a building.
Boom!
If we do take you to the cathedral, do you know how long you want to be there for at all? Or do you want to be in when we go see Gosrick again?
I would enjoy some time to pray and talk to my brethren.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe drop him off on the way and then pick him up again. A little daycare.
Do you like going like a little hotline with your
Magic.
lady in the sky?
I have means to communicate with her if it should come to that. Otherwise, it's usually up to her discretion.
So like you hear voices in your head.
I've met her.
You've met a god.
And I was beyond stunned at her beauty.
So she's well fit.
If you thought that elfish woman had porcelain skin, you have no idea.
Is that why you wouldn't take our offer for the Lady the Library? You're
Honestly,
going
she
to
reminded
bone
me of the
god.
Queen just a little bit.
With the raven hair, might I add?
It was the skin. No, I haven't, in my travels, had very many opportunities to interact with others of my sect. My beliefs came from my interaction directly. I'm not sure if that's how most of my fellow followers came to this religion or not.
So you consider yourself a man of great faith then?
It's more than faith.
What is it then?
Absolute fact to me. Faith would insinuate that there is a possibility that it not be true.
Let's get you to that cathedral.
If you show me the way past your friends, I can find my way back. I'm pretty good with directions. I actually have a skill that means if I've been through a place, I can find my way through it again.
I'm just worried this man's gonna get shish kebabbed.
We did all agree to stick together at least in some.
We can be quick. And we can come back and pick you up from your magpie daycare. I would prefer you weren't out on the streets by yourself, because it would be very inconvenient for me, you know, having to lodge paperwork about your dead body and stuff like that. So I don't care.
I feel
or
like I
anything.
have a volunteer to come along.
Alright.
Oh,
Boys trip. Yes.
Jump.
Crouched a little just so the jump wasn't too high.
Do you trust them to not get killed on the streets?
Dog.
If you leave, if you leave us at the temple, I'm sure. If for some reason we can't find you by the end of the night, we can take lodging there, and I can send you a message tomorrow.
I'm sure a place of worship would be safe enough for them.
These are my people. They will put us up for the night if it comes to that.
Oh, I'm not worried about you getting shivved inside of the cathedral. I'm worried to take one step out and then all of a sudden your ribcage is being used as a fancy knife holder. Which I prefer it didn't, because again, it's complicated.
I'm the healer. I'll be fine.
We'll be fine. Go get your information.
Come on, Mom, let us go.
Fine.
Yay!
Mom said yes.
Little secret handshake between them. Zeph instantly recognizes the mischief of the twin brothers.
You sit there, you're like, my God, they've multiplied. But that's our game plan.
Yep, reluctantly, yes.
So you guys begin to walk back through Wilkenholt to the southern suburbs. So walking directly from the north to the south side is that's like a solid 2.5 hour, 3 hour jaunt. Like you're not cutting next door to the next one now. You're going right down the middle. We'll say about 2.5 hours. So by this point, you're probably looking at about 3:30 in the afternoon. So you're definitely, at least you're not worrying about filling your time for the day. You're doing a lot of walking. And
Getting our steps in.
yeah, and you find Zero and Zepharis, you guys lead Voyage and Hugel to the cathedral first, and it is for majority of Hannon Fraser as a city to be built out of that sandstone and that brown lighter sort of stone. This one is entirely made of grey. It is grey stone, brickwork, this Gothic architecture, sacrificing a bit more of the sleek metallic accents of brass and gold in place of pure timber and stone. This is a very old school cathedral. They link themselves more. The flames that you see from inside, even within the confines of the exterior of the church, they are covered braziers of real flame. It's not arcane here. They use everything that was taken from the earth as a primal ability to link to the deities that existed beyond beginning of time to now. It casts an ominous aura over the small courtyard that sits around it. Large concrete fence with iron wrought spikes along the top, and a large steepled church with a stone cutaway of the Queen of Corvus, or the Matron of Ravens, or the Raven Queen, depending on what land you come from. And there's no acolytes that tend to the gardens. The gardens themselves are but a courtyard of brick and stone. No plants grow, and whatever do are simple weeds and bits of grass that grow through the cracks in the stone from pockets of soil that seem to have dropped there many years ago and have been left to run a little bit rampant, or possibly have grown from the very depths of the earth themselves to crack between the stone of the Undercity and reach for new life. Quite fitting, considering what temple you find yourselves at.
Queen of Death but can't kill weeds. Useless.
Unkillable, maybe. But, Hugel, for you, the second you set eyes upon a church of your faith, and this is the first probably real temple you've seen, there is a very strong emotional pull that answers for questions that you did not get to ask an acolyte of your faith before you became one, lie simply beyond the door that stands in front of you.
A stoic attitude comes over. Like the cheekiness and all the goofy whatever that he sort of throws out there, and that projection he tries to put out to the world just fades away to this absolute serious you can see emotion on his face and like dedication and just this is his
It's a
realm.
business.
And he turns to Zeph and Zero. If you'd like to come in, otherwise, maybe we will leave you here.
If you want to go in and have a look, you can.
I don't think a place of worship is for me, but
All
I
are welcome.
appreciate the offer. Maybe one day when I have something to believe in, I'll accept that.
The gods are dead.
Not the god of death.
He has a point.
As he walks up, he'll go straight up to the statue and place a hand down and druidcraft a huge array of flowers.
Well, that's the
around
thing.
base.
It's not a statue. You know how like your gothic, Notre Dame have that big circular window and they have like the stone bits and the glass goes into it. That stone,
Facade in
that
there.
facade, yeah. Instead of being the typical 7-pointed axis where the glass would be, it's just a giant raven skull. Like it's instead of having the window itself, you believe that the light that comes through gets cast through the eyes of the raven and goes into the temple. So there's no large statue. But if you choose to do that, I would say you place yourself basically like you're looking up at the skull of this raven cast into this stone, and you put your hand down and you let druidcraft, like you basically let it pop off and fly, and you guys hear and watch as the stones, as veins of grass pop through
And specifically, lots and lots of these purpley blue flowers with little white spots. They're called galaxy petunias. They start popping up everywhere, and it forms almost like a night sky looking illusion of flowers. The same color of the magic that Hugel puts off.
Zero will probably take a moment to silently admire that.
Make stealth for me, and you make perception. As you guys hear the sound of rain on stone becomes a sound of rain on petals.
14.
9.
The smirk now is on Hugel's face.
I feel like it's that thing where it's like you kind of do that like parent thing where you lean against the gate frame. You've not stepped into the precipice of the actual courtyard yourself, but you can't help it blink as your gun taps the metal on metal, and that kind of snaps you back to reality a moment as you realise.
Smirks and just
Yeah.
like a silent nod to you.
Zero just immediately turns. Like, oh,
What about you? What are you doing?
I enjoyed quite a lovely show of watching all these flowers pop up. However, he has also commanded Dog to not be disrespectful in this space.
I feel like there's a moment when you're kind of like patting him as like this emotional moment happens, and he like kind of like and like headbutts you a bit, but he's hitting your arm, and there's a moment where you're like, what the fuck, man? I fed you already.
Yeah.
And he and like puts his head under your hand, and it's like, make an insight check for me. I'm gonna roll for the green boy this time.
Look into
Yeah.
Doja's brain.
I'm gonna let you know right now. I just rolled a nat 20 for him to persuade. He's telling you that he wants to be away.
Alright.
He doesn't. It's one of those things where it's like I feel like that sense of magic to him makes him feel a bit odd, and he's not used to it. So he's like, I'll just deuces for right now.
Alright, slacker.
Touch on his forehead, and the tattoos reform up your arm up to your neck.
The silk.
Fucking die. And you two enter. And I think what we'll do is one person from each group roll a d20 for me, and
You go.
just a d20.
Nat 1.
That's a 6.
So we're gonna go with you guys. We're gonna
That dice is going into jail.
go away.
Dare you.
You guys move further on in the suburb and go towards Gosrick's house. this late into the evening, you're obviously much more confident in him being awake. So you walk your way inside. Again, that massive like foyer where it's like the inside of the building is super open and all the rooms open up their doors into looking down to the foyer, and you spot where you need to go and you move up. The giant iron door, and you find yourself on the precipice. Whoever would like to knock gets to knock. And eventually the clanging of like 7 or 8 locks again. Sounds like a transformer of the arcane era.
Whilst that's happening, Zero's kind of like gonna like just like gently like elbow Zeph in the ribs a little bit. Like,
I don't know what's going on
You
here.
saw her this morning, yeah?
the door's open. He's looking at you.
We're just like, hi.
The hole's gonna love this.
You need to sort out your pajama arrangement, my good sire.
When eventually he opens the door, you find he's back into like more of his like battle armaments. He has like the wraps on his thighs and all that sort of stuff, and his standard cloth. But he's not strapped with like his like shoulder pad or his weapons and stuff. So it's like all chest, all bicep. Skin looking a little bit extra shiny today. And he sees it's just you two. Oh, where's the green and the little guy?
Went mad, so we shot them, left them in an alleyway.
Yeah, okay, come on.
Zero's gonna sort of give Zeph like a gentle push in first.
Make a dex save.
I'm trying to trip! Folds like a fucking
No,
launcher.
this is for me.
Oh,
This is fun for
fail
me.
it. Fall
That's
into it.
11, and then plus the 3? Or?
What's your saving
You
throw?
can
Oh,
choose to fail. You can choose to fail.
Plus 6, so 17.
Okay, so Zero gives you a cheeky little nudge, and you find for a second you catch it. It's like, are you coming or what?
Yes.
Yes!
Shut the door. And you guys walk in, lock the door up. And because I feel like you would do that. Again, that nice white marble interior cast with the glow of the fire reflecting off the surfaces. And you find he sits in one of the chairs adjacent to the fire, and you guys are free to do so. As everyone sort of gets comfy, I guess he goes, oh, if you want, I can get you a drink if anyone wants a drink.
Zero's gonna strategically place herself on like a lounge and like spread out, so the only place that's is near Gosrick for Zeph to sit. Oh, I'm so sore. Just let me stretch out on this couch a little bit, you know, just take up some space. Very sore. Need to relax a bit. There's a chair over there next to Gosrick.
I'll take your offer on that drink. We have more bad news, so I feel like we will all need one.
And he gets up and walks into his like kitchenette and pulls out like a nicer rum, like a bourbon of some sort. Nice golden hue as it reflects the firelight with the cold rocks that he drops in there. And he slides one over to everyone. Even though he slides one to you and he looks, he goes,
She does the usual.
Australia. What did I miss?
So, long story short, the blueprints for the gun of the guy from that town that we were at have been sold. So we can't basically make any leads on that regard.
Okay, so Singbir sold a design.
A shitty version of his design, which it can't be too shitty considering there's people running around with fucking working firearms.
Did he say who he sold it to?
The Tinkerers.
Bjorkhammer's Tinkerers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make history checks, both of you.
Oof, that's shit. That's only
17.
9.
For you, it doesn't really bother you. Like, it's not information you feel like you need to know. You know of Bjorkhammer, you know, like, what it is, it's just another town. You specifically, which is quite telling that you got that, your dad talks about it all the time. Bjorkhammer is 90% of that city is tinkerers. You find a lot of the blueprints for designs that go into the city are made there and tested there, and then get brought back to the city and integrated into the city proper.
Yeah.
So it's not uncommon for people that have traveled by to apparently see full districts of buildings go up in flame there and explode, and then within a couple of days a new one is built there because the city is built on progress. I literally can't, like, think Undercity and Piltover from Arcane, the exact same
about to
thing.
say,
Like,
Piltover.
it's fun. I just watched it. Fucking leave me alone.
About damn time.
It's about that time.
Off queen!
That's gonna be the best short.
Anyway, so that's so much of that city is built on, hey, build this for us so we can do it here and we'll give you more work. And, you know, like the little rubbish bin automatons that go around the city, they're also built there and they're shipped up here. Sometimes work from Punifrace gets sent down south and they build it there and they send it off. It's just a whole city of builders and tinkerers. Like, well, no, it's like way smaller than Hunterface, but it's still a city nonetheless.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, just dangerous. Like, and not from like the getting stabbed kind, but like you might just be eviscerated into dust from someone stray working. But that also leads your brain to another thread.
Of it
If
could have
someone-
been sold back to the city and someone would have gotten their hands on it.
Not even that, the amount of doors you will have to knock on to track down where that gun blueprint went is insurmountable.
Best case scenario, it's in someone's blueprint pile that it's collecting dust. Worst case, it has been sold back to the city after testing for someone to mass produce, and basically more guns will be in the city and it won't just be Zero that basically has the upper hand.
I can confidently say that I don't believe they're getting mass produced, because if they were, more people would have them. Right now, anyway. You've had them for a while, so if they're not mass production right now, it means we have a little bit more time, which is good. Okay. But now trying to track down where this kid, Albane, I think he was the one that had it, trying to find out who sold it to him so we can get more information about where that fuckhead went is where it becomes a problem.
It's like a needle in a haystack, really.
It's like trying to find a particular needle in a stack of needles. I'm not gonna lie, that one kind of has me stumped. I don't know. Tracking the guns will probably keep you off the radar. Granted, you're not then looking for other criminals. You're looking for someone who sold a piece of machinery. I personally think that you're going to find him quicker by looking for him specifically. Like I said, he was a hangaround of the red bitch. And he was a bit of a show-off. So it probably won't be too hard to find him.
Oh,
But it's about being careful.
easy. If he's a headhunter, best way to get a headhunter is to put an ad out.
To get hunted.
We'll just say that we want someone who's proficient in firearms. Big job, big reward. We don't need to have the actual gold we list on the ad. Just enough to catch a certain fly in the trap.
If he's dumb, which I feel like he is, he might buy it. If he's working in a group, it might be a little bit trickier. Have you done any recon, drinking holes, local areas, anything like that?
No, not yet.
You haven't checked the spells?
No, not yet. We'll do the runs first. We don't go plastering our pussy on the fucking sidewalk yet.
Ouch.
Get too close to home.
Look, I think that maybe trying to find people that know a little bit more wouldn't be a bad idea. And he looks to you specifically. Your boss might have an idea.
It's just whether or not he'd be willing to hand me a favor.
Our line of work's built on favors, kid. Unfortunately, we don't get anything for free. And if we do get it for free, it generally means you've had to kill someone for it. So... bit of smart comes out. Mr. K might not be a bad idea. Maybe save that until you get desperate.
Mr. K.
You'd have to be pretty fucking desperate for that.
Look, I had to pay him a little bit of scratch to get you on loan. But I know I can trust you because you brought her back.
Next time I get called in, I'll dust it in the conversation.
In the meantime, outside of that, what do you think about going to the cleaners? Do you want to chase that up now or later?
We've got a couple of strings tied at the moment. Might not necessarily be a right now thing. Might have to do it a bit later on.
Okay. Good call.
But I would like to do it soon. Sooner is better than later.
I would have to agree. Anything else?
Yeah, I've just got to go outside, make a couple of calls, you know, business is business. You'll be fine to wait in here for a moment. She's already backing out towards the door. Many important business calls. Many.
As you're holding your sending stones.
Jiggling the bag.
Lots of kids to catch up on. You know me.
She's been playing matchmaker all day. And she thinks this is a good idea.
Hold on! 911! Mom!
Can you make a Constitution save?
Oh, wow.
Shit, that escalated so quick.
Seduction save?
That's a 12.
Well, he rolled a nat 17 on the die. There's a crack in your face, and it's like, and he realizes, and he goes, and he leans over and pushes the glass closed. He's like, "You're gonna need that."
Yeah.
And he pulls the ball out and gets another one. But we'll cut to you real quick, standing out on the thing.
She literally like. And then she will like she'll just probably start to she'll just do the normal routine of like checking in with the kids, just normal, trying her daughter's stone again, probably doesn't work. Just that usual stuff to fill in.
I always forget if it's Aurelia. I think it's I always get the name mixed up because it's always I've always just read it as Ara, A-R-A. But
I mean, she's basically over the hills and far away. Where are we?
I have all the family relationships here. Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Aurelia. I was right.
Aurelia, yeah.
That's the first one you get out. So every sending stone you have is like a small river stone, and it's got the first initial of your kids' names on it, along with Sal's as well, which has an S on it. You grab Aurelia's first, and you like run your thumb across it, and you watch the blue light up, and then it just fades. You look at Sal's and Ika's one, or Ayaka, however you say it, and you hold them both in your hand, and it's like that, you're kind of just swirling them around. And I don't know, feel free to interject if you would, but it's like that sub-routine in your brain where it's like, maybe if I do it, it'll be different this time.
She probably would go to do it just for the sake of doing it. And then it's like that kind of moment where someone pauses and the eyebrows go up as she's holding her eldest sons. And she has a thought. It's a stretch, but it's a thought. And then she pushes it to the back of her head just for now. She's gonna wait until she speaks with Hugel next regarding it.
You then get to Valrus's stone. Do you want to open a line of communication?
Yeah, it'd just be the usual of her checking in, making sure, he hasn't copped a fucking dagger to the eyeball socket, see how he's going with following up on that sign off to see if he found any matching.
Yes, let me...
Any goods.
So you run your thumb across. I don't know how to put emojis on Google Docs. I was doing done. So you run your stone along, and the blue light happens as it's going, and it goes on for a little bit longer than you'd like. And you start to get concerned. Your heart starts to race, and then you start sweating badly, like, oh no. And eventually, like a mobile phone that's been dropped right before being answered. Oh, hello, mama.
You stabbed the shit out of me!
I didn't have it on me. It was at my desk. I've been busy.
I know. You know how worried. I just worried. Mother's just always worried. Are you good? Are you healthy? You haven't been shivved yet.
No. I'm not bleeding. I'm not stabbed. It's just busy. I'm assuming you want to ask about the thing.
Just touching base. I won't keep you for long. I know you're a very busy young man.
Okay. And you hear the like the opening of doors and stuff. It's like shit's getting moved around. Okay. I looked at the lists and tried to find something. I could only find 3 people where these receipts of these transactions apparently have gone. Mama, I need to let you know before. These are important people.
It's okay.
Lady Michaela Delure, Mikayla, DE''Leur, also known as the Face. He takes a breath and goes, Lord Skolin Fraus, which is SKO with an umlaut, LLEN, FRAU with an umlaut, S, also known as the Master of Coin. And Lady Stulter, which is Lady Ingrid Stulter. Her last name is ST umlaut A, LTA, and she's known as the Master of Trade.
What was that surname again? Sorry.
Stulter, ST
Yep.
umlaut A, LTA. So A with little dots on top.
Oh, yep.
He goes, all the receipts have to go through one of these people at some point to make sure that everything's above board, and that's just how they do things. It's basically, if one person signs a deal, 2 more people have to look at it and go, yes, stamp, yes, no, stamp. The fact that all their signatures are on it means that one of those 3 have requested the security thing that you're talking about, and the other 2 are signing off on it. But Mama, I don't know how you intend to find out. Like if I try to look more into this, it could get dangerous. But...
Don't worry. You've done more than enough. You let Mama take care of the rest now, okay? You have given me very good information. You've done very well, my boy.
Okay. Mama.
Yes, my son.
When can I come and see you next?
When are you free next?
2 days.
2 days?
Yeah.
Okay. 2 days I will see you. You want to come home?
Home would be good.
Yeah.
A 1-bedroom apartment's kind of lonely.
Mine is too.
Okay.
2 days. You want to come for dinner? I know I'm not a very good cook, but...
I can cook. I'll do it.
That's fair enough. It's fair call.
Okay, Mama.
All right.
I'll talk to you soon.
Keep your head above water. And your face in the dark. All the usual.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you, Mama.
All right.
Starting goes dark. In the meantime, we'll let you guys decide amongst yourselves where that's gonna go. But we'll cut to our 2 lads in church. No, we'll go back to Dark Streets here.
Have a sip for your lip.
Oh my god.
Thanks, Mama.
I thought that's.
We could share.
Do you want to hook up with the brass dragon?
I really do, but I don't think he's interested. You're fine.
Okay. We cut to our 2 lads cresting through the precipice of the giant wooden doors at the temple of the Queen of Corvus. As you
Just like taking everything.
it's dark and it's cold, but it's not cold in the sense that you feel uncomfortable. It's cold in the sense that you're like, you know what, this just makes sense. That's just the nature of things. That's what it is. You have to push on the doors to open them. Again, none of this automated arcane stuff here. It's all, everything here is done by hand on surface, foot on ground. It is primal and it is instinctual. You push the door open with a as the doors creak, and the low hum and chatter of acolytes praying in different corners, having polite conversations amongst themselves. Some at the I forget what the term is, when it's the altar. Sorry, the altar at the end of the row. Many pews everywhere, and you see hanging from the ceiling are many different variations of builds of ravens and other birds of the Corvus family. Some sculpted of wood, some made of metal, others made of paper and parchment. Offerings maybe just designs, maybe from smaller children that are born into the church and they are raised as such in families of acolytes of the Queen of Corvus. But you enter, and I dare say, Hugo, you're probably met with an overwhelming sense of, it's like a pilgrimage to Mecca. You found your faith due to one of the many, albeit very uncommon, almost never, but true experiences where one cleric or paladin has an interaction with their god out in the wild. You know, you're intelligent enough to know divinity is sequestered behind the agreement of the favored gods that they should not meddle in the real world as much as what they once did, with the separation of the unfavored and the favored. So taking in this temple, the low light of the candles and the torches, Some acolytes turn to behold the both of you as you enter, but they do not rush to interrupt you. They know that many people step foot in here to pray at their own pace, or to let their minds wander as they settle into the grim reality of the world outside. But you are left to do with what you please in this temple of your faith.
Absolute awe, like awestruck, looking around, and like you're saying, he's never seen anything like this. He's not even met another worshipper of the Queen. As far as he knows, everyone's had the interaction with a god that he has. He has no idea that that's so special. Just almost feels small compared to, like, normally out there he's the only person of his type he's seen, but seeing others of the same, he feels almost like fitting in, but like disappearing into it. And he'll look around for somebody that looks either important or helpful.
There are a multitude of people you could probably go to speak to. A lot of the acolytes here do wear just simple black robes with elements of white trim. As you know, the Queen of Corvus is often depicted wearing a face of white porcelain. Like, it's not even her face, it's a mask. That shading of what she looks like. And it is, you know, the common belief is the Queen of Corvus at one point was mortal, and she ascended herself to godhood many, many millennia ago. And so the depiction of covering the face she once wore with the face she now deems to be worn with, those colours find themselves integrated so often into their garb. However, you do see one particular member that, instead of wearing like acolyte cloaks, wears more like it looks like body armor of some sort, like actual armor, like denoting a knight or a lord or a sir, with a mantle of raven's feathers around the back and a long black cape with flecks of white that reflect what little light comes off, like marble or reflective stone. But they stand at the altar. You see them from the back. You can't see their head or anything by the mantle of feathers. It's so large comparatively, but you do see that one person stands out amongst the rest at the end, staring at the altar, which at the end you see is a statue of the Queen of Corvus. This one gilded in black marble. This one like onyx. This one shines. It reflects what little bit of light there is.
Is that guy that we can see, like, does he see us? Is he paying attention?
No, his back's to you. He did not turn to acknowledge who walked in.
How dark is it in here?
Low light, but not completely dark. There's a lot of candles, but candles only give off so much light. But it is lowish light, yeah, for sure.
Hugh is going to touch his necklace and cast light, so the skull necklace starts emitting a glow.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to use disguise self to make himself still in his current clothes, but essentially just have the porcelain mask of the Queen of Corvus over his face.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna be like, she's alive.
She's short.
So much shorter than we thought.
She's a lot shorter than I thought.
Honestly.
She's alive.
She ate. She ate.
She is a he.
Hold up.
Technical difficulties.
Caught it before it turned off this time.
Beautiful.
At which point, is this one still going? Yeah, cool. So once Hugo's made himself his porcelain mask and his glowing necklace, he will approach the paladin of death looking guy. And excuse me, sir.
You see elven, maybe half elven. He is not as much to a point, like quite young. A almost militaristic haircut. A coif on the top, but like the sides are just shaved completely bald. More like battle ready, but there is a singular braid that comes from the back, not unlike the braids of the Padawans from Star Wars, where that braid but for him it's like more of a bit of a beauty piece with a singular raven feather that sticks out the end. Again, tight black leather armor that looks solid, like dense. Like this is built for display as well as
Practicality.
you fuck around, you find out. 2 short swords on his hip. Again, the mantle of raven's feathers with the black cloak with the specked white. And then just simple trousers and boots. The face is young, but the eyes show the age. This is a man that has lived a while and has earned his years in his position. But as he beholds you with the adornment of this white mask and the light coming off your necklace, a fellow follower of the Queen, I see. I welcome you.
It's nice to meet a brother.
Brother indeed. And you find he kneels down, but not in the sense that it's like he's mocking you, but he gets down on one knee, bows his head, and then holds a hand out to shake. I am Headmaster Ryandel. Ryindell. I am the headmaster of this sect of the church and our temple. Anything you seek, you may ask me directly, or you may talk to one of your fellow brothers or sisters or compatriots in the church.
I've never seen such an establishment, nor have I met a fellow worshipper.
He finally stands up and... How long have you found yourself on the path of the Queen, brother?
It's been almost 10 years.
A long
She came
walk
to
of
me
life.
when I was young.
Yes. A lot of those that are blessed to see the beauty of death quite young. Service is long. I know all about servitude for long years. I myself am 276. So
Hugo, bows, essentially. Your service is immense.
trust me, my brother, it is by default, of course. But we do what we can to ease the passing of others for others.
With such a long service, you may have personal information on what we seek. I found a vampire.
Okay. Not good.
It sent chills down my spine, seeing intelligence and undeath intertwined. More unnatural than normal.
Truly a blight and a curse upon this land we live, wouldn't you say?
Beyond the regular.
Do you know where this creature is gone?
I can show you where I came across it, and from what I understand, they can't go far.
Show me how.
Hugo's going to pull out his little map case and bust out his world map as well as a smaller map.
He
that
sees
drew.
that you pull the map case out and goes, "Oh, please, please come." And he ushers you off where there's many of scripture tables, you know, like lecterns where people can write into their own prayer books and stuff like that. He goes, "Please, please." And politely ushers a stepping box for you, which is obviously for children. And he does it in the most polite way he possibly can.
He was used to that.
Please, please, my brother. And brings over a candelabra with several candles and places it and allows you to show him where you saw this beast.
Yeah, so I'll pull out the large map and sort of... It was up around this area or near the north in these forests that kind of... I'm not sure exactly where these paths all lead, but we were within a few days of the undead lands, but not within their range. And then I'll pull out a smaller map again, the one that I actually drew up when I was first done on that mission from Hanging Rock, showing exactly where the trading post is, and essentially explain that session 0. So I was hired as a healer to help a small group check on a trading post that had gone silent for a while, and when we arrived, we were struck by the undead. We took down what I now understand to be her spawn, but she fled when I evoked the powers of my god.
Well, good thing you did. They find it difficult to withstand the might of our queen, who would see them put back in the ground where they belong. Wouldn't you agree?
She showed fear, that's for sure, but those glowing red eyes definitely sent that fear towards me.
If it is a vampire, like you say it was, they wouldn't forget. Spiteful creatures.
We have that in common, and I don't believe I'll be forgetting that image anytime soon.
Have you attempted to reach out to the queen since you're running with this foul beast?
I have done my prayers and had some small symbols and signals from her, I believe. But unfortunately, I do not have the means to cast augury and have a proper communication with her.
Well, my brother, and you as well, comrade, guest of one of our fellow brothers, I find that being in the home of where we can rest and relax our minds, sometimes communication could be possible. As you know, the commune spell is quite handy for those who seek more guidance. But, as most gods and goddesses do, they communicate through visions of other things. I recommend, if you are not on a tight schedule, perhaps you pray. Open your mind to her. Maybe she'll point you in the right direction. That, of course, is your option. But I must let you know, and he puts his hand on your shoulder. We are taught and trained and fight to restore the balance of natural death. It is our job to slay these beasts. If you are comrades that will help you in this endeavor, I recommend you seek their aid. The scourge only grows worse with every waking hour.
Hugo smiles up towards Voyage. I believe I found such comrades.
Well, good. Because in this age, you will need them. Now,
Where is a good place for me to pray?
this home of mine is a home of yours. You wish to pray in the Isles, you may pray in the Isles. You seek solace, you may stay here. I do apologize that unfortunately, unless your friend is part of our faith, he cannot stay here, as we need the rooms open for more followers of our belief. But you may freely stay here, as long as you need, to gain the guidance you seek.
Is he welcome to pray with me?
If he chooses, he simply may not stay. That is the only rule we have.
We would not wish to overstep our welcome. Thank you, Headmaster.
You're welcome. Now, I do have things I must see to myself. If you wish to speak with me again, one of your brothers or sisters may help you out. Until then, Queen's peace be with you.
A smile and a nod from Hugo.
You find he
Shall we find somewhere to pray?
goes up the stairs.
If you're not comfortable with the prayers, you can just sit silently, but I would welcome you to make the most of this opportunity. I don't know if you believe in the same things that I do, but this is a place of great power.
I respect that. But I will just listen for now.
I understand. And Hugo's going to go find a place near the statue of the Queen.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll drop the disguise self.
Okay.
Actually, he probably did that before when he was talking to...
More than fine. Yeah. You find the reaction that he garners from when you drop the illusion on your face is... There's probably been a multitude of people that have come through here unwary to show their real face. Finding faith is a tricky thing, and it makes a lot of people nervous. So it was no shock to him.
And I will go and attempt to pray to the Queen, asking for guidance.
I would like you to make a religion check with advantage while you are in the home of your god.
On that 20.
Oh! The Raven Queen is in the house.
Okay, let me just make sure I've got what I need here.
And religion is +3, so 23.
Yeah. Okay. Just zoom it out. Yes, I can. Okay. Yes. You take your place in a few. Would you say you're closer to the statue or further away from the statue?
Essentially at its feet.
I believe the term is prostrate, where you get down on your knees to pray.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds ridiculous, I know. You throw yourself at the feet of the black onyx carving of your goddess, the one who reached down and plucked you from the canvas that was your life before you put yourself on this journey. Before we do continue, voice, where would you be? Would you think you'd probably be standing a bit back to give him?
Yeah,
The
give
room?
him space.
Okay.
Let him kind of do his own thing. But of note, he's not here to be disrespectful. So, granted, he doesn't know any signals for respect towards the Raven Queen of any kind, outside of whatever he sees Hugel do.
Mm-hmm.
He's just here to be good moral support friend without stepping on anyone's toes.
I feel like when you basically sit at the furthermost front pew directly in front of the altar where Hugel basically lays himself down to pray. And it's probably even as I would say you probably even go as far as to take off your belt and quiver and your bow and lay them on the ground so that you sit comfortably in the chair. You don't know how long you're going to be here. And you just sit. And I'll say even with you watching this moment of what is soon to probably be some moment of the weight of some religious ecstasy adjacent revelation that you begin to see when Hugel kind of tenses up a little bit. You're like, I'm confident enough that he's safe here, so I'm going to let it go. For you're on your knees and you have both your hands down, maybe on your pendant, whichever you prefer to do. And just breathe. To get that full body relaxation. Now, generally, as was spoken by Ryandel, clerics can only commune with their god through the power of the commune spell. It is a spell that is specifically crafted for clerics to be able to do that and garner some wisdom. However, in places of worship that are consecrated ground, especially when it is a cleric of the faith that church or temple was erected to, there is some sense of boosting and the ability to open one's mind out. And at this moment in time, it's Hugel just wanting answers. What do I do? I have these friends with me. They might help me. What can I do? Where do I go? How do I go about this? And it's the multitude of the same thoughts. And eventually the chatter of the acolytes and the breathing of people in prayer, they're all good. You're all good. It's okay. I know what it is. The breathing of prayer, it's like when you stand up too quickly and you get dizzy, and your ears siphon out because the blood flow to your brain's been cut off. Only you didn't stand up. The hearing of everything around it becomes tight. Like the ring of tinnitus on the edge of the corona of your ability to perceive. A black raven's feather. And then another. Ever so slowly, drifting almost like it's frozen time. And when they touch the ground, black smoke. And then more. Just more consistently. Eventually you feel the pull to be pulled out of your form of prayer. And I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, the first thing you would do is you look behind you to look for the one familiar face that you have. You look to see Voyage. Only you don't see Voyage. Standing up and turning around, it is ashen white landscape. And dead trees. Like hands reaching out. But on those dead trees, small semblances of green. Little bits of leaves, insects, grass. The natural order of things, the entire thing that you yourself have dedicated the last 10 years of your life to. The cawing of ravens, ever so faint in the distance. Echoing like stone. Black feathers and black tendrils that move a little bit more than smoke. As you turn, the altar's still there, but the black onyx statue itself floats at 10 feet off the ground. The black clothing moving, alive. That black onyx stone no longer reflecting, but casting darkness. As the glistening white face of the Queen of Corvus, the matron of ravens, the Raven Queen, sits before you. Two gigantic raven's wings and encompass you, and even at, you're looking at, when she's in front of you, she looks maybe 12 feet tall, but when you look around, she's almost as tall as the cathedral itself, as tall as a mountain. Her size insurmountable, but realistic. That a form that a god would take in front of a mere mortal. And you find as the wings close in around you, it's probably like a 15-foot diameter. It's decent. You don't feel like you're being forced into a claustrophobic grasp, but welcoming. The feeling of a mother, a lover, a family member. Whatever comfort you seek is what you feel in the arms of this place. And you know instantly, no role necessary this moment, that this is a rare instance where someone of your caliber, who has not long been in the faith compared to others, has been given a brief glimpse into what could be. And you find the black, voidless eyes of the white mask just stare back at you. Go ahead and make an insight check for me, with advantage.
Nine plus 6, 15.
15. The Queen of Corvus is not going to throw orders at you in this first instance, where you have spoken to her in a temple of worship. She has not reached out to you in this moment. You have reached out to her. You get the sense that you may ask questions, but a god cannot interfere and rewrite the fabric of history in the sense where they gored their followers into service. But you may ask your questions.
Am I on the right path? The one you set me on? Or have I found myself distracted with this new group?
That 30 seconds of silence almost feels like an eternity. When you look forward into her cloak, it's just darkness. And from that void, as one raven flies past you, and on the core of the raven, the path has many ways you can go, but the path remains the same. You are true in this mode. And that raven turns into black smoke.
We are on the lookout for those who would deal death without a second thought. Where shall we go to find them?
There is a bit more of a longer silence. You know that a god must be careful in what knowledge they impart onto a mortal that does not deal with cosmic belief or cosmic, more so the separation of what is to be considered cosmic divine intervention to that of mere mortals. Does that make sense? And I'll say in this moment, I would like you to make me a pure charisma check. D20, add your charisma bonus and your proficiency modifier.
Charisma is -1.
Yep. Plus your proficiency bonus.
And then proficiency is +3, so we're at 15.
Okay. That's what Scott's face. He's like, okay.
You know how charismatic I am.
This was not for you to attempt to persuade or deceive. You know in this moment she is gauging what she believes to be what she can offer you. What quest is too big or too small in the comparison of someone that served her for 10 years to someone that served her for maybe 100, 200 years, 300 years, a millennia. Another raven. And on the sound. Those who deal unjust death will reap their punishments in time. But for who you seek, their fate is more intertwined than you think. Turns into smoke. Ghostly feathers.
I've got two things I want to ask, but I know I've only got one more thing. Okay, Hugo's then going to shed a tear and look up. Is my daughter better off where she is now?
Pitch black. For but a moment. And you see at this moment, she is, I say your size, in the sense that she's human size. But the wings cup you and bring you to her level as these two porcelain hands just clasp the side of your face, and she tilts her head. There is no raven this time, but the cut, echoed words of her from behind her mask. It was simply not her time, love. But she's happy. She's where she needs to be. Among my garden.
Hugo just breaks down in tears. Thank you.
And as the wings close and pull you into this cocooned embrace within the raven's wings, the sound around you comes back. The echo of the chamber, the burning of candles, the muttering of other acolytes, as the singular last cosmic feather turns to dust, unnoticed by anyone. And you find yourself on your knees in front of that black onyx statue.
Bawling his eyes out.
In almost what seems like an instantaneous moment, Hugo went from complete silence to openly sobbing, not weeping. To weep, I believe, is to cry silently in your own presence, but to sob, the echo of his crying reverberates through the halls. And there are a multitude of other brothers and sisters of the Queen that come to console you at the same time. But they do not speak, because they know not to speak. While death is natural, and death always gets its due, it doesn't mean it's any less painful. But you two are able to go and console your friend. And they know who you are. They saw you come in. And what you wish to do is up to you. I leave that to you to speak. But in this moment, you are able to console, at this point, probably one of your only friends you have here.
Mm-hmm. Voyager probably would. Actually, not even probably, he would. He'd get up, but he'd approach slowly, depending on how many of the other acolytes and whatnot have approached.
When they see you approach, they give a bit of a berth. Some of them go back to their own business, like, oh, he has someone here, it's okay. Some of them hover, go back to reading texts and stuff, but you know, the church serves itself. They are all there to look after each other, so you're free to do what you wish.
He doesn't particularly want to break the silence, however. He simply rests a hand on Hugo's back, just to say, like, without saying it, you're not alone here.
Hugo would stand, quickly turn, and just hug in and
Oh.
weep.
Oh.
Like, breaking down. Like, you've not seen Hugo, like, you wouldn't have seen Hugo show this kind of at all, and it's him letting a guard down. Like, he's mourning for the first time properly.
As, like, there's the oof, it's just kind of like the hands out for a moment, and then he just wraps his arms around him and holds him close while he just expresses all that pent-up emotion.
And I'd say also at the base of the statue during his prayer, Hugo's left a whole lot more of those same flowers that he had made out the front, the galaxy-looking ones.
I fucking love those flowers. They're a cunt to draw, though.
I would say, in this instance, the cries of a broken man are muffled in a sense where he finds comfort in the arms of someone that has become probably one of his closest friends. We'll say for the sake of brevity and as not to do something silly, over which is obviously a very touchy moment for a lot of people. Zephyros and Zero, eventually you do leave Gostrik's apartment as to go collect the boys from the church. Leading up to that though, I will leave it to you two to decide when you decide to leave. At this point, you two are just standing out the front. So while you wait, what are you doing?
I'm going to read my note.
You're going to read your note?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you hiding it from Zero or are you inviting her to read it with you?
I'll hide it at the start, but then if it's anything good, I'll just be like...
Can you please make sleight of hand? At this point, I'll say we'll go off your passive because I feel like you're not probably looking at what she's fiddling with.
Probably, if it looks like
Zeph is doing something that they don't really want other people seeing. Zero doesn't step onto the consecrated ground.
No, you stay outside the gate.
Yes. She would probably just turn around and sort of lean on the open gate and just let Zeph do whatever they are doing.
So you open the letter. No sleight of hand necessary if that's the case. It is short, simple, somewhat chicken, scratchy, jagged handwriting. Someone's a bit rough around the edges. But it says, Zepharis, I had this letter left with your family for when you returned. I would hope you were paid handsomely for your work for our now mutual friend. But you work for me. See me at my office at your nearest convenience, Mr. K.
Zeph's gonna tap Zero on the shoulder and just show her the letter.
Zero will take it between two fingers, quickly scan it, sees it's signed off as Mr. K, and then she'll just gently hand it back. Please, don't tell me you are in an ongoing contract with this man.
I am.
I would like you both to make, I'll say insight checks, please. You want to beat a DC, so DC 15.
Fuck. Oh, 17.
Same.
At first, it's like the inside of going, you know, boss wants me back, boss wants her back. That thought is very quickly overshadowed by he had that letter delivered straight to your front door. Which, up till recently, you weren't really sure if he knew where you lived. For you specifically, Mr. K's been around.
Yeah.
He's been around for a bit.
Yeah. And I
Bit of a dickhead.
fucking does too. Yeah.
Bit of a dickhead, but he's not a little player either.
Yeah, I'm aware. How long have you been working for him for?
Probably going on, I'd say 13 years now.
How old are you?
26.
Fuck, he got you young. He got you fucking really young. These are your metaphorical balls. This is his hand. This is him squeezing those balls. And he's not gonna let go. Lest you no longer want your balls. Do you have a job fulfillment contract with him? You have to fill out so many jobs. Do you have a time contract with him? What is the basis of your contract with him?
I tried to kill him, therefore he owns me now.
Echoes through the
Oh, you tried to kill Mr. K.
I didn't know he was Mr. K when I was 13, or...
You just saw a big orc man and thought, oh yeah.
I was paid to do so. I didn't know what he looked like. I had no description. All I had was money. And as a child that did not have anything at that time, that looked pretty fucking good to me. I understand what situation I'm in with him. As I've gotten older and worked with him, I know who he is as a person. getting out of that contract for me is near impossible unless I'm dead.
It's not impossible. It'll be hard, but it's not impossible. Do you want out?
Obviously.
It's not impossible. It's just going to be very hard. I mean, generally with these kind of things, the best thing you could do is have someone buy you out from underneath him. But I'm assuming, well, you're very good at your job. That's why he's kept you for this long. Otherwise, he would have accidentally made you have a fall somewhere.
Mm-hmm. For now, though, with what Gostrick brought up before, it might be a decent enough idea to keep him around for a little bit longer.
Shit.
Because I feel like I'm trusted enough with specific information that he might be able to give out for us or find out for us. But at what cost what will I have to do in return for that, though? That's my big question. And the fact that he knows where I live, where my family is, I didn't think he had that information.
Yeah. I'm sure you're well aware already of how Mr. K operates. He takes him in young, he takes him in fresh, he takes him in new, and he exploits them over time. I would dare say he's known for a little while now. And I know that it's a resource you want to use, and by all means, if you think you can do so safely without the price being too high, then... Look, for me personally, I would not, but I understand for you personally why you'd want to take advantage of that. But we need to get you out from underneath him as fast as we can. Especially now, with that being delivered to your front door. There's normally a bit of a sign that 13 years is coming close to your expiry date.
Michael Hooker. Lady of the night!
Playboy bunny!
I'm getting close to 27, my guys.
You're a grandmother.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me.
I would like Zero to make me a history check, please. Because you have been alive a lot longer than Zephyros has been around.
Please don't cut me, please don't cut me, please don't cut me. History, did you say?
History.
Let's check it.
With that in mind, would Zero have known more about the vampire situation?
No, because she's always been in the city.
17.
70's good enough. You're confident enough with how much of a prick you know this guy to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a steep price. It's going to be a steep price. That's all I can say.
I figured that much.
Just a little bit for you. But as this very tense discussion comes in, we'll quickly, before you guys are due to, go out and meet up with the folks, is there anything you want to say to each other? Or say to any of the acolytes before you leave?
I think Hugel would look up to Voyage and sort of sit down with him and sort of... I believe this needs a small explanation, and pulls out a small drawing of him with a little bit younger, in his teen years, with a so it's a quite nicely painted portrait almost, with another halfling with curly blonde hair, freckles, little, just young, both probably 17, with a baby. And just puts the hand on where the baby is and Her name was Galaxy. This was the first time I've spoken to my gods since I lost her. I'm grateful that you were here for me.
It's the least I could do.
And he wiped another tear from his face and sort of puts on that persona again.
As he's going to do that, Voyage just kind of digs around in all of his shit. And I imagine it wouldn't be too difficult to produce the equivalent of a cloth or a hanky of any variety.
No, not at all. You've reassigned your belt. It's very simple.
Yep. And just kind of offers it like, come on. You don't have to rush yourself to put yourself back together. You just take your time for what you need. And we'll worry about everything else a little bit later on.
Well, I had more than one interaction whilst I was communing, and I know we're on the right path. So I think we should continue it.
Just like you could I'm sorry.
You really better
I can't do it.
But yeah, Hugo puts back on that performative, the smile creeps back across his face. All that emotion seems to just get pushed right back down again.
Walls up! Walls up!
100%. I guess it's time we found the others. Or did they not want us to leave? I don't recall. I think we can find them.
They said don't go outside.
We'll be fine.
They said don't go outside.
And that's what you guys hear as originally the door opens up. They said that's a quiet side.
Sarah standing there like,
Oh, hi, Mum.
I told you not to go outside. She knows.
We weren't going to go any further in the courtyard.
The courtyard is outside.
Voyage. Wait, I just wanted to check on my flowers.
one ear, 2 ear.
Hang on, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Just like
Pulls him up to even space.
and pulls Voyage down with me to get down on Hugo's level.
I'd also say as we're walking out, Hugo's taking all those raven and crow feathers that you gave him the other week and starting to tuck them into his cowl. Both as a honor to the god, something you've given him, but also he's kind of like, that dude looked dope in there with all the feathers.
Yes, I love
So
that.
amongst the fur and the flowers, now there's a heap of black raven feathers sticking.
You know we got the goth drip!
Hang on, give me a few. Puts them in the back, the really tall, long ones, so they're like behind him.
Yes, we love a high collar.
He doesn't have enough feathers though, so it looks like one of those baby chickens that's still kind of bald, but has the odd.
I'm sure you're gonna kill more birds.
I can get you some fresh drip. Let me just shoot a couple more out of the sky. We'll get you sorted. Oh.
Just John Woo backwards dive, starts shooting into the air.
Maybe not on church property.
There's all these ravens around the church.
But, jokes aside, our party here and collected are now reunited. You may obviously have your conversation where you are to get it out of the way, or if you guys want to move to another location, I leave it up to you to decide what you want to do next.
How did you go in there?
I spoke with my god. And apparently the ones we seek are quite intertwined with our destiny already. I know it's not much to go on, but it means that there's more going on here than what we're aware.
Maybe we'll come across them again.
I don't think there's any other choice.
Well, I spoke to my god in the form of a rock. And we may or may not be in some poo-poo caca. Like a big pile of poo-poo caca. I'm talking... That's where they take the poo-poo caca to the poo-poo caca farm. We are working in that poo-poo caca farm, shoveling the shit. It's all poo-poo caca.
Sort of look up to Wage. Is this a term you're aware? I don't know. Is this a place?
I imagine it can't be too much different from flashbacks to his life shoveling animal shit at his home farm.
It just flashes back to Killag and it's like, make sure you put it in the shit latrine. Don't put it too close to the house. Your eyes are like, you're like getting fucking like it's like Vietnam flashbacks.
That's a lot of shit.
He understands.
Well,
My boy, my beautiful green boy.
all good flowers need fertilizer, I guess.
Not this much.
Oh, not this much. You put a flower in an asshole, you can't call it a vase, it's still a fucking asshole.
I'd rather look at the flower.
I cry.
Well, I guess an asshole's kind of flower.
I can't craft that one.
Yes, chocolate petals for all.
We broke them.
Oh, I hate it.
That's staining.
I'm gonna have a beautiful dance cut of Coconut.
Oh, with Sky in the background.
I'm so glad that I drew that meme.
It's coming.
It's come full circle. I saw the future, dude. I am God. I saw the future.
So anyways. I have come into possession for some information that might align with what told you. What is your god's name again?
There are many names she goes by.
What do you call her?
She's the Queen of Corvus in these lands.
Queen of Corvus. Okay. So, Queen of Corvus. Whatever it is she told you, it sounds like we are in the middle of a very tangled and intricate web. I thought we were in a tiny web that was poorly made, a little bit haphazard, and this is starting to look like a full-on funnel. I think there is a lot more going on here than what I first thought there was.
We're definitely caught in the middle of something.
Yeah, the poo-poo caca. I'm just going to say it, alright? I'm going to reach far into the future. And I'm going to tell you now, we are all fucked. We are all going to die. It is fate.
Well, it's the one fate we can't avoid, but it's a matter of when.
Oh, very soon. We all stay here, we're going to die. Eventually. And by eventually, I mean a lot sooner than what we would like.
If that's the path that's meant for us, then so be it.
I'd rather it wasn't, but you know.
Well, no poo-poo caca. Obviously, you'd rather it not be.
I know you're trying so hard to use the expression I used. But if you ever
that not how it works?
disrespect me again by using it in a sentence like that, I will shoot the poo-poo caca out of you.
See, now I'm just confused. Where does it work? Where doesn't it work?
Linguistically, it doesn't make sense.
But... And Zero kind of looked to Zeph. Or do you want to keep it to yourself? It's gonna happen. You can't stay. My boss has asked for my presence again. Let's just say he's not a pleasant person. I don't work under a
fairy. I work under pretty much a hobgoblin that is terrible.
Even though he's a fucking orc.
Yeah, no. In
Hobgoblin's more disrespectful, you fuck!
Yeah, in Zeph's head, hobgoblins just absolutely disgusting, disgraceful little things. Orcs, there can be some nice ones, but this one's just.
Oh wow, face change murderer and a racist.
I said there can be some nice ones,
But not
oh my god! But not hobgoblins.
Shit.
You ever had to deal with one of them salt goblins?
Pretty much, this is a person that used to never want to come across. I unfortunately had to. Staying in the city for me is probably not a good option. But also having to move my entire family out of the city is probably also not a good option.
Why don't we kill him?
I fucking tried that before, didn't I?
When you were 13!
I know.
You were killing people at 13?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's all of a sudden a revelation that happens in front of a church.
What about the murder? What murder?
I think we should leave the sacred ground for the rest of this
Well,
conversation.
they're outside the gate.
Technically, we're outside of fish up.
Another key point. You're not trying to kill him alone?
That is true. But with what I know about him and from me being 13 to where I am now, his defenses are entirely different. Trying to get in, the only way you can do it is if I'm there. But in saying that, that means used to have to be some sort of...
Hugh, as you say this, just turns invisible. And then pops back. I think I can hide pretty well.
That would mean that you would have to either persuade him that you are willing to accept a job. But before that, again, I would have to tell him that I have found people that are willing to work as well.
Shifts his bow a little bit. Doesn't have to be in the building. He's got some pretty decent range.
And then not only that, Zero then, after Hugel turns visible, Zero just reaches forward, touches, puts a single finger on your forehead and...
You can do that to other people?
You've got an invitation. Let's go.
Yes!
Oh no, I pop back very quickly. No, I pop back for that. You can do that to other people.
Voyage in a sudden moment of absolute clarity and sheer confusion tries to summon Dog to see if he appears invisible.
No, he appears normal. Fuck! But you find when he pops out, he's like... and just starts on the spot. Like it's like when the Wi-Fi drops, he doesn't know what's up. He's like... and then just lays on the ground and is like... oh. Like, he's so fucking stressed out.
Oh,
Where's Dad?
is him, sort of summoning Dog classified as a spell?
No, it is a class ability. So, breaking normal invisibility, it's a spell attack or a melee attack breaks invisibility. Casting a spell, but you're the one holding concentration on it. But the problem is,
Yeah, but
when
the
Dog
target-
is summoned, he is a separate creature.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to understand is if the class feature is in the nature of it being as a spell casted, sort of, then that would immediately also make Voyage visible as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I believe that.
Only if it mechanically functions like a spell,
Let me, you guys continue to discuss what your plan is. I'm going to look at this real quickly, but for Zephyrus specifically, I'd like you to actually make me a history check with advantage, please.
Excuse me. Come on. That is a 19 plus 1, so dirty 20.
With a dirty 20, when Voyage looks to you and goes, hey man, I can hit from range, you remember that he works in the most gauche way possible. Mr. K has his back towards a very large window on the top of the building where he sits.
He does have quite a large window in his office where he sits most of the time. You should be able to get a good enough aim from there. But in saying that, let me think about it. Because he said to my earliest convenience, not his.
I'll also let you know real quick before you continue. You're not quite sure when that letter got dropped off, and you've been gone for over a week.
Yeah. Excuse me.
We think about it. But you're not alone in this. None of us here are anymore.
Definitely let me sleep on it. But removing him from the city will probably do a world more good than it would harm. But also, if it fails, the people that he's coming after, I hold very fucking dear to me. So if anything goes south, in any way, shape or form, I am out of this city.
Well, if you do...
No.
Sorry. I was going to say, if you do go ahead with this, we can find temporary lodgings and we can momentarily displace your family during the time of which we make the strike. So if it does go south, all you must simply do is get up and go.
If he's as powerful as you say, and you need to put your family into true hiding, not many know how to reach the village where I grew up. It's quite a ways away, but it is well hidden. And it can serve as a very nice place for a family.
I just have to convince my father.
Any father would do whatever it takes to keep their family safe.
The sad part about it all is they don't know my line of work. So this conversation that I would have to have with them would be coming out of absolutely nowhere. And their trust in me will most likely dwindle. That is what I'm afraid of.
Being that truthful with them will only increase the trust. It might show that you've broken it in the past, but if you're doing this to protect them, they'll understand.
Or you could lie. With the new security sector that's going through, you could tell them that nearby a few houses have been targeted. They won't know that it's people from Sunken Sect. I mean, Sunken Sect has done me no favors lately, so perhaps maybe a few people within your sector of the city, their addresses get handed to the security sector and they start kicking down doors closer to your home. Puts the pressure on. You're a concerned family member. You're looking after your family. You don't want them to, be attacked by this new nasty security section. But you know somewhere they can go where they can be safe until the door blows over. The Sunken Sect will do you no favors in the future.
That's a good idea. we'll go ahead with that.
I'll get the details of some shit kickers around your area.
I could probably give you a few names. Would I know a few names?
You have a small handful.
Yeah, there we go.
Excellent.
Yeah, excellent.
Actually, I'll get you to make a history check for me with advantage because Zero's helping you track some stuff.
Where the little angel and devil. Tell the truth, they'll trust you. Lie to them all.
That's another dirty 20.
Let me just pull up something real quick. Making sure I've got it.
Eagle might give the happy idea, but he's also fully in support of lying.
You'd love to see it.
She says she doesn't like zombies, not that I can't tell a fucking lie. You would, around your area and around many districts of the city, Gribbsy's boys are always around.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
fuck them. Fuck them. Take them away, boys.
Make him away, toys.
That's what came in mind.
Yes! Make him away, toys. What did you say, Chief? You know what the kid said. But yes, Gribbsy's boys, the fact that there's so many of them,
Yep.
might be a way to start.
See? All goblin game.
Yeah.
Fucking hobgoblins, man.
These two have no idea what that means.
You do know that hobgoblins and goblins are different.
I
races,
know. I know.
right? Sorry, just concerned sibling
But
things.
goblin.
Oh, they're a race. I thought she was just using a not allowed term for goblins.
No, I think that's a personal vendetta she has.
Yeah. That's...
My apologies, they.
Alright. What about the Gribbsley?
Gribbsy.
Gribbsy. What about the Gribbsy boys?
It should be in your document if you want to have a look over in case you need extra info.
I'm reading it. I
There
just
you go.
pronunciation.
Gribbsy.
As soon as Zeph says the Gribbsy boys, Zero just like hangs her head back and takes off her glasses. Oh, yes.
Eagle takes a few steps back.
Alright.
Oh, I fucking hate those little motherfuckers. Always scampering around, stealing jobs out from underneath you and then doing a shit fucking job at it.
They're
Do
like,
you want to hire them?
no.
No, we're gonna rat them out. Like
Oh.
little rats they are, little green rats. Little rats, I hate them! I hate them!
See, I'm not the only
Do I have calm emotions?
You have calm
I
emotions.
don't have it right now. I'm pretty sure it's something I do have.
I can do it when I go to bed.
To put it in perspective, those boys are worse than the rats in the sewers in this city.
God, you hate goblins more than I hate whistles.
What's a whistle?
Thank you.
Everybody just turns and looks at Voyage like,
No one here has any idea what a wizard is. Oh, no, you wouldn't even know. Yeah, you wouldn't even know either.
He's not enlightening anyone.
Anyway.
yes,
Let's kick the boys in the butt.
that is the one. Alright. I'll make sure their locations that you provide swiftly find their way into the hands of the right people.
By this point, it is late afternoon. So it's getting into nighttime. The dark clouds. Oh, I realised it is still raining. So, forgot to do that. There you go. It is still raining. It is light though, comparatively. So not enough that you're like, I'm soaked, but enough that it's like, fuck off. But it is evening, going into nighttime. So what's the plan now? You've covered a lot of ground. You've garnered a lot of information.
Zero also has the boing moment. What is the extent of your magic? Can you, And then Zero starts fumbling around in her little satchel where she keeps all of her, like, little messenger stones, and then pulls out one with the letter I carved into it. It is a long shot, but do you think that there is magic possible where you could use this to try and locate where the other one is? It's specifically honed to the other one. That is the only line it ever reaches.
I could try. After a night's rest, I have the ability to locate an object if I'm familiar with it. And if it's the twin to this, then it's possible. I've never tried something like that, but it's worth a shot.
Zero looks at it for a really long time, and she's very stiff about it, and then very slowly and reluctantly she then holds it out in front of Hugel for Hugel to take whenever he is ready to give that a go.
Hugo will kind of grab your hand and wrap back in. I need to rest first. You hold on to this. It seems important to you.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, sure. And she'll stuff it back in. Well, do we have any, other business that we need to take care of?
I could eat.
Oh, could I fucking eat?
Zeph just kind of chuckles and, speaking of food, if I don't pass out this invitation, my mum will kill me. She has invited you all for dinner, if you would like.
Oh, say less! Home-cooked meal!
Say less, Kurt!
Hugo's just sort of smirks. He's like, at your house?
Yes.
I'm down.
Okay.
Fucking Oven Tavern Grub.
Let's go! We all hold hands and skip.
Oh.
Sort of lean over. There was only stale bread in Zero's apartment. It was really odd.
You ate it?
I was hungry.
It was green!
Why do you think I couldn't wake up so well this morning?
Boy. Boy.
Don't worry, the minimum you'll be getting tonight is a 3-course meal.
I don't know if I've ever eaten so much.
Let's go.
So you guys
Dog, we're
march.
going to heaven.
And then feet take like he's just like food cup. You guys push on and move back to Zeph's house. So Zeph, you lead our group here in Collected, one shy of a full can, to Gorizon, where you live. And for the rest of the party, you see... I'll let Zeph describe it. Talk about this misshapen house that your family lives in.
Pretty much, the best way I can kind of describe it visually that most of you already know is the Weasley's house in Harry Potter, but more compact. So the base of it is like this stone that it looks like it's been there originally, and then on top of the roof has these little juts of rooms that are hanging out, and one of the ones that is off to the side is where Zeph climbs up, and you can kind of see some wear and tear on the roof of where she climbs up and everything. And then there's a few other little juts in that of the kids' rooms and stuff, and it's just a lot of odd angles, and it's not really, when you look at it, architecturally sound, but it works for the family. And it is a little bit on the smaller scale because they are dwarven. So the door itself is, I believe it was like a full door.
It is a full-size door because
Yeah.
people from like your family's friends and father's work do rock up. But you can see where the difference is to where what is obviously the ground floor, where the roof stops, comparative to the top floor, comparative to the full-size, I guess, like tower, little attachment
Yeah.
that Zeph's family have built.
Yeah, so there's like these smaller, shorter parts, and then just like a standard little offside that's a lot taller than the rest of it, and you're just like, that's your room. It's like, yes.
The windows are like at like stomach height. comparatively to the rest of the house. So
Hugo
you guys
hasn't
will-
felt so at home since he left his village.
I love that.
But the lights are on, and even though the rain drowns out some of the sound, you can hear the cluttering and the movement around in the house as you approach.
I will open up the door and, you know, leave it open for everyone to follow in and everything like that, and I'll just basically let them all come in and everything like that, and if Mum's there, I'll basically be like, I'm home, and these are my friends.
Drenched. Just all
That's Zero, Hugel, and Voyage, and they accepted your request for dinner tonight.
So, for the rest of you guys, you see dwarven woman, stout but still quite slender, fiery red hair, like not even like ginger, but like that dark, blazy red, catching the light of all the torches and stuff, tied up into a ponytail with a blue blouse and a skirt and like an apron, and you find she's just elbow deep in some machine shop looking shit, cooking in the kitchen, and she turns over, and you can hear the scuttling of like footsteps upstairs. And the rest of you guys notice, so from the kitchen you see Zeph's mum, and then from the living room you see a newspaper like, oh, and Meredith, your mum, turns around, oh god, I had to get up, turns around and she goes, oh, sweetie, and throws like the food away and like quickly wipes her hands off. Like, oh, well, welcome everyone to our home. Dolly, get up! He's getting out of bed. And it's a Dolma. He comes over and introduces him. I'm Dolma. You can call me Doll. Or Dolly. See, you're friends with my kid?
Yes. We are good friends of Zeph, yes.
Modest friends, kid. Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna go read my paper. And he goes back to sitting on the chair. But Meredith is very welcoming, very open, in contrast to the rest of the city. And once she walks out and she grabs every one of you by the hand, basically goes, my name's Meredith. I'm Zeph's mom. Lovely. It's good to see that she's made some friends that look a bit more put together. And it's like, oh, honey, you look gorgeous. Thank you.
Oh. Zero like puts her glasses up and stop it. You look
And
like
she-
dashing yourself.
And she was like, oh, goes bright in the face. And she looks to the boy and she goes, oh, look at you, Zephy, bringing boys home. Dolma, if you still look like this, you'll be single. And you just hear him go, like, just doesn't give a fuck. I've modeled him after my own dad. So it's like,
As she introduces herself, Hugo will make a small bouquet of flowers to match the red hair. Thank you for your invite.
you don't get me flowers anymore. Jack off. Anyway, she puts them in a beautifully handcrafted wooden vase, and immediately at first glance, everyone here knows the entire house, everything is handmade. Everything in this house is made of wood. But the brickwork and obviously the infrastructure of the home, everything here is hand carved. You can just tell. The quality of it is she ate. Like, pops off. And soon enough, the rumpus and ruin and rumbling of 4 little feet come flying down the fucking stairs.
Zero immediately puts the safety straps on all of her buckles. Good idea.
As Fadris and Farnham come running down the stairs, and they're just like, oh! No people! Seth, your friends are cool!
Yeah. Fucking little shit.
What's that? And they point to like the fucking cannon on your back. Like that, what's that? Ask your mother.
This is very dangerous.
Don't tell them that.
This is very safe. So boring. All it does is nothing.
Boys, hands to yourselves. Okay, Mom. Okay, Mom. And they just back up.
Where'd my guns go?
No chance. These guys, you know, these kids got like a negative fucking 8 to sleight of hand. Like,
Yeah.
it's bad.
They're loud and proud.
But Meredith looks to all of you and goes, well, I've got a little bit left to do. If you want to maybe, you know, to give it a bit crowded, you can take your friends up to your room and chill out there. Maybe introduce them to Gigi so she doesn't freak the fuck out because there's 2 boys in the house and that green one's pretty cute. Honestly, you know, she rolled a nat 20 on her stealth to keep that hidden.
Oh!
Look at it!
Dog, don't chase the small kids.
Just burning ass on the floor, trying to go. He goes, that looks fun. I want to do that. Oh, please, put him in there. Lock the door. They might fucking learn something.
I love this woman.
Dog goes up the stairs, and he's like, like something's happening in that room.
Rattling the house.
Yeah.
As one mother to another, Zera's all like, respect. Zeph will take everyone upstairs and they won't really like say anything as they're ascending. They'll just kind of like let everyone absorb what had just happened. And keep in mind as well, this is the first time Zeph has ever brought any sort of friend or acquaintance over to their house. They have no idea how to act about this. This is their safe space. They're like, seat, water, this is the bed.
Shower?
yeah, like, sort of thing. But as they kind of like get to the top of the stairs, they'll knock on their sister's door and just creak the door open and just be like, I just wanted to introduce you to my friends, so that way you know that there's more people in the house.
So you guys see sort of a bit different to like most dwarven culture in other nations. Both Meredith and Garrus, or Gigi, as she gets nicknamed, don't have beards. They actually keep their faces clean shaven, as is the kind of in thing right now, to go against the grain, be different. Here you go. Heart-shaped face, but like stout still like her mum, but slender in the face, like a bit of a heart shape. Her hair has gone more towards also has that red, but you find like the influxes of red between all the kids is slightly different depending on what gene of what parent kind of went in. But real cute in the face, a couple of freckles here and there. Very through the door, like cracked. You see it's very girly room, like vanity table and a 4-posted bed that was handmade and stuff. And she comes out and she goes, "Hello, nice to meet
No. No. No.
Come here.
No.
He's cute. He's cute. Please.
Oopsie daisy. Zero just like goes punk to the back of fucking Voyage.
I was going
Oh no, look at that. He tripped over right into the room.
She goes as bright red as her hair, and she starts doing like the thing. She like losing her, like that subconscious thing.
Zeph just grabs Voyage by the collar. No!
This poor kid is going whiplash.
This is why I have dog.
Who?
And then Zeph just escorts quickly, just like, okay, away.
Basically, as you like usher everyone up the hallway, she leans in. She's like, "I'm gonna talk to you. Yeah, fucking bring it. Bring it. I'll kick your ass.
I bet you won't.
I fucking guarantee you I will."
Go right now.
Can we hear this?
After dinner, you're fucked. You're fucked. Door shuts. And you guys are ushered into Zeph's room. Again, if you want to give it the little layout of your little tower you got going on.
pretty much, when you walk in, at first it's a little dark and Zeph's just like fucking quick with a lighter or something, like fucking trying to light candles, like, there's people in my fucking bedroom.
And like a striker light, it's like
Hugo
flint and
walks up
steel.
and casts light on the candle. The candle itself is just glowing.
Mission failed successfully, Captain. Zeph just...
Your eyes kind of just going, whoa!
You... As the room lights up, you pretty much see just like this plain, sort of cabin-ish room. There's not much like decorative stuff to it or anything like that. There might be a few books or like bits of paper, daggers, just clothing and stuff like that laid around the place. She's not too clean, but also... you know, everything has its own place, and that's where they are. When it comes to the sort of bedding and stuff that they have, their mother was like, I made this for you. And Zeph's like, great, thanks, I love you. Puts it on
avocado.
thanks. Puts it on their bed and just accepts the fact that that is their bedding from then on. So it's not very appealing, but Zeph doesn't really care much for appearances when it comes to decoration and stuff. There is a couple of chairs here and there around, so you don't have to sit on their bed, but it's not majorly furnished. But again, like downstairs, everything's been handcrafted to suit Zeph specifically.
Zero does the mum thing straight away, starts hitting up all of the places where a young lady would hide her teenage artifacts, and just like does it with no reserve either. Just looks, opens up a bedside table, pokes the back and the bottom for any false bottoms or false backs, shuts it when she finds nothing.
Make a sleight of hand for me, and you make an investigation check.
While this is happening,
Yes.
Voyage has had a revelation. I figured it out. I know why you're playing matchmaker today. It's because you'd miss us if we left the city. Just sweet, like, moment. But there's no fucking way.
What would you roll?
7.
I think you broke.
19.
If you do that thing where it's like, you're kind of in that nervous wreck, it's like, fuck, I didn't put the fucking good chairs out. And you're freaking out. For you, you just go, and just slightly fall under, and your boot hits a box under the bed. Heavy.
Zero just immediately drops to the ground and is looking underneath the bed, and just immediately hand.
Yank the box out. Do you open it?
Absolutely.
It's, besides a few daggers hidden in there, it's loaded with money.
Puts it back where it was found. You'll need to find a better hiding spot for that.
Did Hugo say this?
Yeah, sure.
Zero was being.
Where did you get that much gold? Oh my god! What? He like holds his little coin purse. Like he's this is all I.
Zeph holds up their
This-
coin purse on hand, and you
Jeez,
see it's like
my
hanging.
thing.
This is so bullshit.
This city really. This is just.
Zeph points underneath the bed. That is why I'm in my line of work.
No, that makes sense. That much money could pay for 35 lifetimes over outside of this city.
I'm aware of that. That's why it's there.
And you're worried about your family not wanting to leave. With that, they could live like kings where I'm from.
Do you see the furniture in this house?
Yes, this place is fantastic.
Everything is handcrafted because my father refuses to buy anything.
Smart man.
So, do you really think that he would want something lavish?
Fair point. I could find places he could live pretty poorly as well.
You go literally say, "Oh, I bet."
I man, I choose chaos. Hugo woke up and chose violence.
Violence.
Over proprietary information.
That spiritual awakening.
Oh, Hugo's been up and down today.
My guy ain't say nothing about robbery.
Zeph does audibly laugh at that. They just like, I mean, it'd probably be more comfortable for them, I'm not gonna lie.
This does all remind me of where I'm from. We're quite secluded, so everything there is essentially made in-house. It's a
I'll
fantastic
have
family you've got here.
Thank you. If you haven't noticed already, obviously, I'm not dwarven.
What?
Oh! Really? You can't just drop fucking bombshells like that on us out of nowhere. Where if you
I thought
did
you guys
know,
would
for
never
fuck's sake?
know. Oh my god.
I don't know where
I just
Been
thought
trying to work out how you've been this tall
You
this
never
whole
know.
time.
I could.
Stilts.
Aren't they all just changelings? I thought that was just the cover. Is it?
Your mind
Oh,
works
okay.
sometimes.
No, it's all so. It makes a bit more sense that way. I guess I overthought it.
Maybe they chose that life, but I did not. We'll never know. But no, seriously, their way of life is completely different to what mine would have been if I was not with them. So them and their choices in what they have as a family is going to be hard to convince to do something differently. They are stuck in their ways, especially my father. My mother, on the other hand, is compassionate enough to follow me if I ask, but he is the stubbornest of them all.
I can just put them to sleep. Put them in the back of the carriage.
I could cast some spells as well.
Whisk them away into the night.
We've got this covered.
You're all 4 feet away.
We're whispering, but we don't care.
Can I can get? No, I don't think so, okay?
We didn't stutter.
I hope it's not prying, but how did you find yourself to this family?
Remember when I said I tried to kill Mr. K at 13?
Yes.
Yeah, well, let's just say a couple years after working with him, I found myself in their company. I was not given a place to stay, therefore my bed was the floor of the streets. And they were nice enough to take me in as their family. And by that time, they had already had Gigi, so their hands were full enough as it was with one kid, but they took me in regardless. I don't know what they saw in me, whether it was my difference. You don't see a lot of changelings around here, or if it was just pure kindness from my mother. But ever since then, I have been living with them, and so with what I do for work, I repaid them tenfold, as much as I can, and I will for the rest of my life, because they had given me a life to begin with.
They're good folk. You've done well.
I am forever grateful to them for what they did for me and what they still continue to do for me. A roof over a head is the least someone on the streets can ask for, whether it be for a night or for the rest of their lives, is unimaginable for most. Sometimes a piece of bread is better than nothing.
They've given you more than a roof. They've given you love.
That's why I need to protect them from what I do.
And I think I speak for the others when I say that we will help you with that. If it should come to that.
You know, you don't have to overexert yourself to repay them back. Parents don't do things for children whether or not they are of their blood or not because they expect something in return. And I know what your response to that will be. I understand. But they do it because you're a kid. And they're parents. And when you have children, you'd do anything for them. It doesn't matter how much it costs you, what it takes off of your back. You do it because you love them and you care for them and you want to see them grow and flourish. And do you think that if your parents found out how you got your money, that they would want you to continue doing it?
No. Because they'd prefer for me to be safe.
Sometimes the way we think we should repay someone isn't always the best kind of currency to hand over, especially when it means nothing to the person you're giving that currency to. In comparison to other things like your well-being, your life, your health. I know that you are on a moving train that you just can't jump off of or stop, but I think you've done more than what has been expected of you. I think all they would expect for you is to live long, be healthy, and be happy.
Zeph just kind of sighs and like avoids everyone's eye contact for a bit while they just like wipe a tear away.
With that in mind, what shall we say you do? How do we know you? We don't want to put a spoke in the wheel.
That's actually a good question.
If I did not trust you, all of you, I would not have brought you to my family's home.
What is it they think you do?
Deliveries.
We are delivery people then.
Yes.
Hey! We all make deliveries. Some of us deliver people to their gods, but that's besides the point.
We'll keep your secrets.
Thank you.
It's definitely around this time you start hearing the dinner's ready, and the kerfuffle, the cacophony of fucking chaos down the hall. The door opens. There's all the feet go down. Eventually, off the bat, because it's a teenager, you guys hear the other door open, which is obviously not the kids, it's Gigi, and there's silence for about 20 seconds, and then the foot down the steps.
She was waiting for you to magically step out in the hall at the same time. I'm telling you that now. Teenage girls, they're a handful. She would have been waiting for you. You should go down the stairs now.
You should not go down the stairs now.
No, thank you.
Quick, someone cast invisibility on me!
I don't want my throat slit in my sleep.
But you guys continue down the stairs, and miraculously, along this table, while it is built for a family of 6, I believe it is, yeah, mum, dad, twins, you, 6. I don't know how numbers work. There is miraculously more side tables and chairs brought out, all equally as beautifully carved as the last. And a luscious selection of foods await you: cooked meats, vegetables, bread like toast, all that sort of stuff. And you know what? Nothing has been spared, and you find Meredith looks so pleased with herself as she forces you all to sit down as quick as possible, but does demand that those with big weapons do lock them in the cupboard. So she makes you guys move your weapons to the cupboard.
That's fair enough.
She looks at it, she goes,
Honey, I get it. I'd kill him too if I could.
but no weapons at the dinner table.
No,
Capiche?
I completely respect that. Absolutely.
Excellent.
Hugh walks out with his gardening trowel. Everyone's a bit confused by why he's putting that in. It's sharp.
You're good with gardens?
Yes.
Good, I got a veggie patch. You're gonna help me tomorrow. That's what's gonna happen, okay? You don't go anywhere.
My
You'll stay.
absolute pleasure.
Excellent. You can bring him back more often. I like him.
I will.
Excellent. Good. Sweet boy. All right, everyone. Sit your asses down. Say whatever prayers you need to say. And then dig in, because you all look like you need it. Okay? You're leaving here 10 pounds heavier. Okay?
Fuck, I love her.
Good. I love you too. Sweetheart.
You've got a husband! He did! Oh wait, you mean the other one?
Yeah.
Archfey! Neither of them are good!
As the evening progresses on, it is a wonderful home cooked meal, cooked with love, and you all subconsciously, just the corner of your periphery, you notice how the rest of the family stare and they're so curious. The boys pick you and they ask you about all the flowers, and they hang on to every word about all these cool flowers as you druidcraft random pops of different greenery.
Pops.
You and Meredith just talk about motherhood.
We're
and
gossiping.
just gossiping, typical shit. And unfortunately, Zeph and Voyage are left to listen to Dolly as he just fucking goes on about how that silly cunt at the workshop fucked up that order.
Well, GG's.
Yeah, anything to avoid Gigi. That guy's so fucked up.
You fucking... just from across the table. And like Zeph, you catch her and she's just fucking bright red. She looking at this beautiful green boy. As he just goes about eating, he's hanging on to every word you follow. He's like, Anyway, he's like, so anyway, I says this guy, I said, Paulie, fix your shit or I'll fix you. Capiche? I told that mother.
Did he fix his shit?
Oh, he better. I'll fix him. Motherfucker.
Does he always do this much talk? Is he all talk, lots of chatter, huh?
Honey, save me. Please. I love him, but...
You have to. It's your job.
Can't live with him, can't live without him.
Someone has to. I mean, look at them. They're all useless.
Bugle to the boys. Go give this to your sister and tell them it's from the green boy.
Yes!
Roll stealth, roll perception.
I rolled perception.
16.
16 plus 7.
Oh yeah, no, you got me. I definitely don't have a +7.
Zeph just fucking...
What?
23.
What? Nothing.
Oh!
Nothing. As I'm still trying to give the flower to the boy, it's fine.
You know what? Commit to it.
Actually.
Let's see how much they're gonna fumble to try and
I'm
intercept.
imagining a butter knife coming through and taking out the
Oh
flowers.
yeah, I was thinking that.
It's a full roast potato. Just take the top of the flour off. And man looks
that's
like it,
fair.
and she's like, no, where's the fucking... But then dog...
Get it.
Like, you watch it, it's like when dogs go for sticks it on the ground and he full rolls it, like he like eats it. And she's like, don't worry about it. I don't have to sweep. I'm okay.
Hugo just kind of does it like...
He sweeps,
But-
he mops, you can take him anytime you want.
I'm just trying to get some revenge for
I
earlier.
don't care what you do with it.
But there's a moment where
How old is she?
She's a teenager.
she's 19. Yeah, 19, right?
19. That's legal.
No.
Yeah, but you know, little young girl, she can't help it. But the evening goes on, and for the sake of brevity, it is wonderful, and you guys feel fed and just warm, and it feels wonderful. And contrary to the belief of the size of the house, Meredith does implore that you all stay so that you may rest after a full evening to save you walking around the city, as your mother is wont to do with guests, especially when family from out of town come and visit. But you find they are prepped for it, and there are trundle bears and bedding and mattresses, like, you know, ready to go, soft feathers. And she implores, she's like, please, you've had a full meal, and this city is dang huge. Please, it'll be my honor. You've looked after my kid. We would appreciate it. Isn't that right, sweetie? Yeah. We appreciate it. As he like lights up a pipe, like. So anyway, I says to this guy. It goes back over.
Eagle starts collecting dishes, and there's like that guy at the party that's trying to suck up to the mum. Starts like.
Zero's looking offended, like, what the fuck? What's going on?
Whatever you do, just keep going. I've got him covered.
Zero, like, in the kitchen, like, trying to, like, get the mum's favour. Like, oh, fucking do this.
Man, she laughs as she comes up and speaks to you specifically, and she goes, I like these friends. You can bring them back. They're lovely.
To be honest, and this is just between you and me,
Girls honor.
I really like them too.
Careful, don't tell them. You might crack.
Gotta keep this facade going, you know how it is.
Well, you can change your skin any colour you want. Come on now.
It's grey for a reason.
I love you, sweetie.
Love you too.
She gives you a kiss. The night rolls late. The kids do eventually have to go to bed because they do have academics and school and stuff in the morning. And unless there's anything anyone wishes to speak about right before you all find your rest in the company of good folk and good family, feel free to do it now.
So Hugo reads himself a little bit of that vampire book, but other than that,
You will find the boys over your shoulder.
I was gonna say he reads them a bedtime story, but I don't think it would be.
There definitely is an occasion where there's like they try really hard to stealth down the stairs and just start. And you're like,
Wait.
go back to bed as your dad yells at them while smoking a pipe. This is adult time. Get fucking freak out, dip out.
Zero, obviously, because she only needs to meditate for 4 hours. After finding out that Mr. K knows where Zeph now lives, she waits until everybody retires before she pulls up a dining chair that directly faces the front door, and that's where she sits and meditates for the night.
Okay. You posture up. Would you have reclaimed?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it's one of those. It's pretty cool. Like for you guys that can't see because you're asleep, you basically pull up two chairs, put your feet up, and just sit with the alarm revolver. And there's also a moment where it's like the black sheen in your eyes just washes over as you like just wait and wait and wait. There is the movement of just passively, if you're not doing open investigations, but it's like I'm just waiting for if anything comes through the front door. There is the chatter and footfalls of people. People walk up and down the street repeatedly, you know that. So unless you want to do anything extra, you're more than welcome to. But if you're just posting up to keep solid, absolutely. What about our other two compatriots?
So before bed, Voyage has somehow managed to get a hold of the bloated dog who's really eaten too much from those cans. And he's like, I need you to be on guard duty tonight. I don't want my throat slit in my sleep. So keep the teenager away.
And you find he goes up the stairs. And then you, after about 10 seconds, you hear
I'll take it.
What about you, Zeph? What do you do?
Also sits in front of Gigi's room all night.
She's close.
I don't need no sleep. Must protect sugar. Strong must protect the sweet.
Zeph will just kind of make sure everyone's comfortable and stuff like that, and seeing where Zero is, just kind of a silent thank you to pretty much keeping watch, and then they'll retire upstairs.
When you go up the stairs, you see that dog has plopped himself as firmly flat and flush against Gigi's door as draconically possible.
Zeph will see that and just have the biggest grin on their face and just give Dog the biggest, like, sloppy pat.
There's so much drool. There's so much. His stomach is, like, definitely, like, 3 fucking sizes out too far. He's like...
They would just give him the sloppy little pat on the side, like the
jowls.
Yeah, and just, you're such a good boy.
Does the door open in? Or
It opens in, but if she tries to sneak out, he's going to be ready for it.
Yeah.
What if she sees it as like,
Yeah.
like,
That's
oh
what I
my
was
god,
expecting.
he left his dog at my door for me. It must be like a calling card or a sign.
Hey, we'll find out. We'll find out.
I knew it. I knew this.
I knew I should.
opened fucking inwards.
Please roll a stealth check for GGC.
I knew I shouldn't have worn my good heels. But you go to bed. And what would be the last thought across Zeph's mind before they find rest? In light of everything that's happened, the trip leading up to leaving the city, coming back.
They don't want the warm feeling that they felt from this night with their newfound friends and their family to be taken away from them.
That you go to sleep. Zero, you are the first to awaken. As per usual, you only need 4 hours. And it's one of those things where I feel like you would try to push yourself to stay awake as long as possible and then naturally let yourself fall into your meditation because your gun would awaken you anyway. You go throughout the night. You get your long rest. Nothing of the sort. Nothing happens. You're not triggered by your gun. But without even needing to roll for it, facing the door, your eyes open and you come back. And there is a small slip of paper left under the door.
Did I come to hearing that someone's come and put that?
Nope. That was while you were out. You know, what? A bit of parchment going through when people are walking through the street. That's nothing. You wouldn't hear it.
Wouldn't have set off my revolver of warning.
That's if someone attacks you.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Oh yeah, I'm using all the rules.
No, that's totally fair. I'm gonna, because I'm assuming that it's like ridiculous o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna pick it up and I'm gonna help myself to it.
You just nail, open up the envelope. And all it says is Zeph, or Zepharis rather. We know you're home. See me immediately, Mr. K. And that's where we're going to end our session. Oofa.
Before we close out, I will also announce you guys will need to make some new characters. Because I'm going to be running a one-shot in a few sessions.
What?
I'll give you some more stats, but we're going Feywild.
Yes! Yes, baby!
That's what I'm talking
So
about.
after this next batch, I think this like batch of 5, we'll probably do another round table and then we'll do a one-shot.
Fuck yeah!
So, basic idea, you've got to make some old school characters because we're going 135 years in the past in New Narrative.
Oh,
You're
fuck
all,
yeah! Oh my god.
You're all a bunch of mercenaries, and that's all you need to know for now.
Oh my god, I'm so excited!
You heard it first.
Level 5 to start as well. We're going to start.
Watch him become
Thank you so much for everyone for watching. That was a little bit longer than what we normally do, but you know, there's times when you cut, and that was not one of them. We went through that all the way. Such a nice little endeavor. And we don't know where our blue guy is gone or when he'll be returning. But that's for later episodes. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Do all that shit. Like, subscribe, share, whatever you feel like. The audio version will be up on Spotify the following after this release in about a week. Thanks for sticking around. You know, getting to 5 episodes, and now we're in the city. We're in the meat and potatoes of it. It's it's all happening, fam. And it's been fun, but that's going to be us for now. And we'll see you in the next episode. Bye-bye.